Testing, testing, sound check.
Test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2 3 4 5 6. Test mic. Test mic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Test.
Saya baca sikit. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Test mic, test mic, test mic. Sound check 1 2. Dingin rapat.
Test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2 3 4 5 6. Hello. Test mic 1 2. Hello. Hello. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. I want to ask about the WPS. What happened
Test
with
1
WPS?
2.
Experience exchange.
It's not.
Test mic. Sound check, sound check. Testing 1 2 3. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Test.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala
Test
wabarakatuh.
1 2. Hey. Hey.
Distinguished guests.
I have one question, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Test mic 1 2 3 4 5 6.
Warm up.
Test
Ini dia
1
warm up, kan?
2
Lah, pagi-
2.
Pagi-pagi suara tak keluar.
Mic 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0.
Test 1. Test 1.
Tuan Syahir, tolong unlock please.
Test. Cubaan pembesar suara 1 2 3 4 5.
Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Test mic 1, 2.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mic check, mic check, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mic check complete.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sir, Sir Syahid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera. Pelan sikit tuan. Mohon pelan sikit tuan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera. Naik sikit. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia. Okey. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check 1. LT, DMTC, ATM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ladies.
Mic check 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.
Bukan mic tuan, saya.
Queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. If all of the kings had their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all. Without me, you wanna.
and gentlemen, welcome to Berjaya Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. As our safety officers investigate the cause. The second alarm will be a continuous Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Berjaya Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Please remain vigilant as our safety officers investigate the cause. The second alarm will be a continuous alarm sound, followed by a public announcement calling for the evacuation of the building. In this case, guests are required to immediately evacuate, leaving all personal belongings behind. Our floor warden will be outside this room to lead you to the nearest emergency exit. We have a total of 22 emergency exits at this hotel. Please take a moment to locate your closest exit. Once you have safely exited the building, please proceed to the assembly point. Our assembly point is located on the ground floor on Jalan Pudu, in front of restaurant Ikwan. In the case of an emergency evacuation, for your own safety, please do not use any elevator or escalator. As a reminder, no smoking or vaping is permitted within this building, as it will trigger our alarm system. For your information, the closest fire station is located 5 minutes away at Jalan Hang Tuah. The closest hospital is Tung Shin Hospital, located 7 minutes away at Jalan Pudu. The nearest police station is at Jalan Chun HS Lee, located 5 minutes away. To ensure the hotel premises are safe and secure at all times, an extensive network of CCTV and firefighting systems are maintained. Your safety is our priority. Thank you for your attention during this safety briefing. We wish you all a pleasant day ahead. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bajai Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement. Please remain vigilant as our safety officers investigate the cause. The second alarm will be a continuous alarm sound followed by a public announcement calling for the evacuation of the building. In this case, guests are required to immediately evacuate, leaving all personal belongings behind. Our floor warden will be outside this room to lead you to the nearest emergency exit. We have a total of 22 emergency exits at this hotel. Please take a moment to locate your closest exit. Once you have safely exited the building, please proceed to the assembly point. Our assembly point is located on the ground floor on Jalan Pudu, in front of restaurant Ikwan. In the case of an emergency evacuation, for your own safety, please do not use any elevator or escalator. As a reminder, no smoking or vaping is permitted within this building, as it will trigger our alarm system. For your information, the closest fire station is located 5 minutes away at Jalan Hang Tuah. The closest hospital is Tung Shin Hospital, located 7 minutes away at Jalan. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bajai Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Before we begin, we would like to present a short briefing about our hotel safety and our emergency procedures. In the case of an emergency alarm, please remain calm and do not panic. There are two types of emergency alarms you may hear. The first alarm will be an intermittent alarm sound with no announcement.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ballroom of Berjaya Times Square Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. Here we are today for the second and final day of the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium 2026, proudly organized by the Malaysian Armed Forces in collaboration with the Canadian Directorate of Military Training and Cooperation DMTC and Kingston Leadership Team KLT. It was a wonderful day yesterday, filled with fruitful discussions, and to our international delegates, we hope that you managed to cram in some sightseeing around the hustling and bustling street of Bukit Bintang last night. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will have another keynote address, experience exchange sessions, and a plenary session and a practical brief before we embark on the closing ceremony, slated for 1400 hours today. Upon completion of these events, we will have time for multilateral exchange discussions, by invitation of course, and we will have more information on that later. To ensure smooth running of today's event, please kindly ensure all handphones are in silent mode or switch off throughout the event. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start our day today, we would like to welcome Colonel Dr. Muhammad Izwan Hussein, Commanding Officer of Gemas Army Hospital, to moderate our fourth keynote address with the title Strategic Direction Amid Evolving Security Challenges. Please welcome Colonel Dr. Muhammad Izwan Hussein to take the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Yang berbahagia Datuk, distinguished guests, respected speakers, ladies and gentlemen. To kick off today's session, we begin with a strategic perspective on how evolving security landscape is shaping our military thinking and operation. The security landscape today is no longer linear. It is complex, hybrid, and constantly evolving, from conventional cyber threat, information warfare, and human security dimension. The question is no longer whether we adapt, but how fast and how well we adapt. In today's environment, if we are still comfortable, we are probably outdated. It is my honor to moderate this keynote session on strategic direction amid evolving security landscape. Let me have the pleasure to introduce our honorable speaker today, Major General Datuk Haji Fazal bin Abdul Rahman, a highly experienced senior officer of the Malaysian Army. He was commissioned into the Royal Malay Regiment in 1993 after training at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, Australia. Throughout his distinguished career, Dato has held key command appointments, including Commanding Officer of the 19th Royal Malay Regiment Mechanized, Commandant of the Malaysian Peacekeeping Center, and the Commandant of Armed Forces Staff College. Dato later served as Commander of the 11th Infantry Brigade and subsequently as the 33rd General Commanding Officer of the 2nd Infantry Division. Dato also brings extensive staff and international experience, including served with the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon and senior role at both Army and Joint Forces headquarters. Currently, Dato serves as the Assistant Chief of Staff for Defense Operation and Training. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Major General Dato Haji Fazal.
Thank you, Dr. Izwan. Okay. His opening makes me become nervous. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning to all distinguished guests, excellencies, senior leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address this distinguished audience and the topic given to me today. Allow me to extend a very warm welcome to the participants and partners who have traveled from across the country, region and beyond to be with us here today. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to advancing dialogue and cooperation in addressing today's complex security challenges. To our overseas guests, selamat datang to Kuala Lumpur. Welcome to Kuala Lumpur. I hope you will also have the opportunity to experience Malaysia beyond this hotel. Malaysia is a country defined not only by its strategic outlook, but by its rich cultural diversity, harmony, and openness. Our strength as a nation lies in the diversity, and it continues to shape how we engage, how we build trust, and how we contribute to peace and security, both regionally and globally. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are operating in a security environment that is increasingly complex and fluid. The boundaries between peace and conflict are no longer clearly defined, and the distinction between military and non-military domains continues to erode. More significantly, the center of gravity in modern conflict has shifted from terrain and platforms to people, perceptions, and legitimacy. In this context, operational readiness must be understood beyond capacity and capability. It must also encompass adaptability, inclusivity, and strategic awareness. It is within this evolving landscape that the Women, Peace and Security agenda must be positioned. WPS should not be viewed as a normative or representational issue. It must be understood as a strategic imperative within the broader context of defense and security. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the scope of my presentation today are as shown. WPS is often associated with United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and its subsequent frameworks, structured around the pillars of participation, protection, prevention, and relief and recovery. These pillars remain relevant. However, in the Malaysian context, the contribution of women to peace and security is long-standing and deeply embedded in our national development. From the pre-colonial period through post-independent nation building, women have played important roles in social stabilization, conflict prevention, and community resilience. The formal integration of women into the Malaysian Armed Forces began in 1964 with the training of female volunteer soldiers in Johor Bahru. Today, women make up approximately 8% of the Malaysian Armed Forces and are increasingly engaged in operational, technical, and leadership roles. The Malaysian Defence White Paper has set 15% as our future target. Their participation in international missions, including those under the United Nations, reflects both professionalism and operational credibility. More importantly, their contribution extends beyond representation and provide tangible operational value. From a defense perspective, WPS enhances our ability to understand the operational environment, strengthens decision-making through diversity of perspectives, and reinforces legitimacy in complex operating environment. As such, WPS should be regarded as integral to modern military effectiveness. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the current security environment is shaped by major power competition, hybrid and grey zone threats, information and influence operations, and the increasing importance of the cognitive domain. Military success is no longer determined solely by kinetic capability. It depends on the ability to influence perceptions, shape behavior, and build trust within diverse and complex societies. In such an environment, any limitation in engaging different segments of the population represents a strategic constraint. This is where WPS becomes operationally relevant. Let us now look into the Malaysian Armed Forces and WPS strategic positioning. Within the evolving security landscape, the Malaysian Armed Forces has made steady and deliberate progress in advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda in alignment with the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2025-2030. This progress is reflected not only in increasing the participation, but in the expansion of role undertaken by women across operational, technical, and leadership domains. Their contribution in multinational environments, particularly under United Nations mission, have demonstrated professionalism, adaptability, and operational competence in complex and diverse settings. A clear example can be observed in deployments under the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. In this environment, female personnel have played a critical role in engaging with local communities, particularly women and vulnerable groups, where cultural sensitivities limit interaction with male soldiers. This has enabled broader access, improved situational awareness, and strengthened trust between peacekeepers and the local population. Such access is not incidental. It directly contributes to mission effectiveness, including early identification of local tensions, improved force protection, and enhanced credibility of the contingent. Similarly, in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation within Malaysia, particularly during large-scale flood responses, female personnel have demonstrated operational value in managing evacuation center and supporting affected population. Their presence has been critical in ensuring the safety, dignity, and well-being of displaced persons, especially women, children, and the elderly. This includes managing gender sensitivities, safe spaces, delivering medical and psychosocial support, and facilitating communication with affected communities. In this context, WPS is not an abstract concept. It is operationalized in ways that directly enhance mission outcomes. At the institutional level, the Malaysian Armed Forces continue to benefit from strong structural foundations, a disciplined and cohesive force, a robust professional military education system, and sustained exposure to multinational operations provide a solid baseline for further integration of WPS as a strategic capability. Institutions such as the Malaysian Peacekeeping Center play a vital role in preparing personnel for complex operational environments. Through structured training, personnel are equipped with the necessary cultural awareness, gender sensitivity, and engagement skills required in modern missions. However, the demands of the current and future security environment requires more than incremental progress. They require a deliberate shift towards full integration of WPS into the core functions of the force. This includes embedding gender perspective into operational planning, intelligence, preparation of the environment, and engagement strategies. It also requires strengthening pathways for women to contribute at decision-making levels, particularly within operational and command structures. Equally important is aligning WPS with broader defense priorities. It must be integrated into doctrine, training, and capability development, not treated as a standalone initiative. The MAF continued participation in multinational operations also provides opportunities to benchmark against international best practices, adopt evolving standards, and contribute to shaping the global discourse on WPS. Looking ahead, the strategic positioning of WPS within the Malaysian Armed Forces will depend on our ability to move beyond compliance and towards institutional ownership. This requires leadership at all levels to recognize that WPS is not an external requirement, but a component of operational effectiveness. Ultimately, the objective is to ensure that the Malaysian Armed Forces remain operationally relevant, strategically adaptive, and fully capable of addressing the complexity of the modern security environment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, the Malaysian Armed Forces must adopt a deliberate and structured approach to fully integrate the women, peace, and security agenda as a core component of military effectiveness. This requires not only policy alignment, but systemic transformation across doctrine, leadership, and operation. 5 key strategic shifts are essential. First, from policy commitment to institutional integration. While policy frameworks and national action plans provide direction, their impact depends on effective implementation. WPS must be embedded within doctrine, operational planning processes, training systems, and evaluation mechanism. It should inform how missions are conceptualized, how operational environment is analyzed, and how success is defined. Professional military education must incorporate WPS as part of core curricula, not as a supplementary module, but as an integral component of modern operational art. Training and exercises should reflect realistic scenarios where engagement with civilian population, cultural awareness, and legitimacy are decisive factors. Commanders at all levels must be accountable for integrating WPS consideration into planning and execution. Without command ownership, integration will remain uneven and dependent on individual initiative. Second, from participation to influence. Increasing representation remains an important objective in line with national target. However, the focus must shift towards ensuring meaningful participation in decision-making processes. This requires identifying, developing, and positioning women in roles where they contribute directly to operational planning, intelligence assessment, and command functions. Talent management system must ensure that career pathways enable progression into key appointments, including command, staff, and specialist roles. This includes addressing structural barriers, ensuring equitable access to training and leadership opportunities, excuse me, and strengthening mentorship and professional development framework. The objective is to ensure that diversity is reflected not only in numbers, but in the quality and breadth of perspective shaping operational outcomes. Third, from capability to operational application, WPS must be operationalized in a way that delivers measurable outcomes. This includes integrating gender perspectives into intelligent preparation of the operational environment, where understanding social structures, cultural dynamics, and community behavior patterns is critical. Operational planning must account for differentiated impacts of conflict and crisis on various segments of the population. Engagement strategies should be tailored accordingly to ensure effective communication, trust building, and information flow. In peacekeeping environments, such as the deployments under UNIFIL, the Malaysian female personnel have demonstrated the ability to access segments of the population otherwise beyond reach, contributing to improved situational awareness and early identification of risk. In domestic operation, under HADR, such as Op Murni, female personnel play a vital role in managing evacuation centers, supporting vulnerable groups, and ensuring that assistance is delivered in a manner that preserves dignity and trust. There are no peripheral contributions. They directly enhance mission effectiveness, force protection, and operational legitimacy. Fourth, from national effort to regional and international leadership, Malaysia is well positioned to play a more proactive role in advancing WPS at the regional and international levels. Through ASEAN-led platform, defense diplomacy, and multinational cooperation, the Malaysian Armed Forces can contribute to shaping norms, sharing best practices, and strengthening collective approaches to complex security challenges. Participation in multinational exercises and UN missions provides opportunities to both learn from and contribute to evolving global standards. By positioning itself as a credible and consistent advocate of WPS, Malaysia enhances not only its operational effectiveness, but also its strategic influence and defense diplomacy footprint. Fifth, from compliance to capability development. Beyond integration, WPS must be treated as a capability that can be developed, assessed, and enhanced over time. This includes establishing clear metrics and indicators to evaluate the effectiveness of WPS integration in operation training and organizational development. Lessons learned from deployments, both international and domestic, should be systematically captured and translated into improvement in doctrine and practice. Technology and data analytics can also support this effort, particularly in understanding population dynamics, information environments, and behavioral trends. Ultimately, WPS should be viewed as part of the broader capability framework that contributes to operational readiness and strategic adaptability. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the integration of WPS into the Malaysian Armed Forces carries significant implications at operational, institutional, and strategic levels. Operational implication. At operational level, effective integration of WPS enhances situational awareness by enabling a more comprehensive understanding of the human terrain. It improves the quality of intelligence by incorporating social, cultural, and behavioral insights that are often critical in complex environments. It strengthens engagement with local population, facilitating trust building and improving access to information. This is particularly relevant in peacekeeping, stabilization, and humanitarian operation, where legitimacy is a key determinant of success. It also contributes to force protection, as better understanding of local dynamics enables earlier identification of risk and potential threats. At the institutional level, WPS drives organizational adaptation. It requires adjustment in doctrine, training, leadership development, and personnel management system. It encourages a more inclusive leadership culture, which in turn strengthens cohesion, professionalism, and adaptability within the force. It also enhances talent utilization, ensuring that the full spectrum of capabilities within the organization is effectively harnessed. Failure to adapt at this level risks limiting the organization's ability to respond to evolving operational demand. Taken together, the integration of WPS enhances the Malaysian Armed Forces' ability to operate effectively across the full spectrum of operation. It strengthens readiness not only in terms of capability, but in terms of adaptability, awareness, and legitimacy. As the character of conflict continues to evolve, these attributes will be increasingly critical in determining the success of an operation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, it is evident that the character of security challenges will continue to evolve in complexity, ambiguity, and speed. The operating environment will remain contested, not only in the physical domain, but increasingly in the informational and cognitive spaces where perception, trust, and legitimacy determine outcomes. In such environment, the effectiveness of a military force will no longer be defined solely by its platform or firepower, but its ability to understand people, adapt to complexity, and operate with credibility. Enhancing operational readiness, therefore, requires a broader and more integrated approach. It requires us to recognize that inclusivity is not separate from effectiveness. It is part of it. We cannot achieve full spectrum readiness if we are not leveraging the full spectrum of our people. The Women, Peace and Security Agenda provides a framework through which we can strengthen our understanding of the operational environment, improve the quality of our decision-making, and reinforce our legitimacy in increasingly complex missions. WPS is not an adjunct to operation, it is embedded in how modern operations succeed. For the Malaysian Armed Forces, this is not a future aspiration, it is a present responsibility. We are committed to advancing WPS not only through policy alignment, but through practical implementation across doctrine training, leadership development, and operational planning. We will continue to strengthen institutional mechanisms, including the role of Malaysian Peacekeeping Center and internal governance structures to ensure that WPS principles are translated into operational capability. We will continue to expand opportunities for women to contribute meaningfully at all levels, including in command and decision-making roles, in line with the national objective. We will ensure that WPS considerations are integrated into our operational planning processes, both in international deployment and in domestic operation, such as humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Our commitment is clear. WPS will be integrated as a core component of how we prepare, plan, and operate. At the same time, we recognize that progress must be sustained. This requires leadership at every level to take ownership, to ensure that principles are translated into practice and that implementation is consistent across the force. Ultimately, this is about strengthening our operational effectiveness, not as an abstract concept, but as a measurable outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is no longer whether human peace and security is relevant. The question is whether we are prepared to fully integrate it into how we think, how we lead, and how we operate. For the Malaysian Armed Forces, the direction is clear. We will continue to adapt, we will continue to strengthen, and we will continue to ensure that we remain operationally ready, strategically relevant, and fully aligned with the demands of the modern security environment. Thank you. I now welcome your questions.
Thank you, Dato, for those valuable insight. We can take it as a top-down strategic direction from you. I open up the floor for question, ma'am, please.
Good morning, sir. Commander Chandler Simpson speaking. Thank you very much for your presentation. Your alignment of ops and institution very much aligns with what Canada is doing at the moment. How would you bring the relevance of what you describe here to your peers who are also in leadership roles but who may not appreciate the relevance to their own lines of effort?
I think, thank you for the question. Very difficult question indeed. In a way, I have to agree with you that convincing others will always be difficult. But with a strong, solid framework that established by the Malaysian Armed Forces and the National Action Plan basically drive us towards that. Personally, we may have different agreement, but however, with the direction and objective that's set, I think the Malaysian Armed Forces are going towards the same objective. Women in Malaysia are very actively participating. And I think that to convince others will be not say easy, but the convincing others will come together hand in hand as we progress. I think we have come far from where we were before to where we are now. I think that the progress is very clear. It's just a matter of bringing it one or two notch further up so that we are abreast with the other regional countries.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Alan Oakers, the second Canadian to ask a question. And having lived through this during many years of my career, I'm curious about the changes that you see will be required, basically from initial recruit training, but particularly through employment structures and career structures to achieve the objectives you're set forward of not just 15% women, but employment in command roles and command structures. From a Canadian perspective, that was the most difficult part that we had in making changes. So I am interested to hear what you see as the concrete steps that CNAP will take to achieve those objectives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The measures laid are clear. Again, the implementation question. Traditionally, the contribution of the females in the Malaysian environments are mainly in supporting role prior to this. Occasionally, we have fighter pilots who are females or women in a more combat role. The evidence is in UNIFIL where the so-called supporting role female have been trained during the force integration training prior to deployment to do the, not to say combat role, but to be at the front line together with the infantry, foot or vehicle soldiers. And the lesson learned that the Malaysian Peacekeeping Center is getting is that they are doing very well. And at the same time, the respect to the Malaysian contingent is very high, very well accepted. So I think the success like this will obviously contribute for us to further look into bringing or allowing the opportunity for the ladies to go forward. It is improving in a way, not fast enough if you look into the bigger role. I did not put the word, the number 8% and 15% as something that we want to achieve, but I like to put that 8% and 15% as where it is at the moment. But I think increasingly we are improving and we will continue to improve. In 2017, 16-17, I was the commandant of the Malaysian Peacekeeping Center. So we were quite new. So it was called gender module. So I hosted about 2 gender seminar, and all I saw in front of me were ladies. It is quite encouraging to see that that has moved on from 2017 to where we are now, where this subject is equally taken by everybody, so that the agenda can be supported. I think that's the best that I can answer. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, at the back.
Thank you very much for your very impressive speech. So I learned a lot from you. And so I have the same understanding about the situational awareness, why you try to introduce WPS in the multiple domain context. Then also I'm currently stuck from Japan. So let me ask you one question about your speech. I understood so Malaysian Armed Force understood the situational change, dynamic change, then try to introduce WPS. Then my question is, would you share some more ideas why the Malaysian Armed Force try to introduce WPS appearance? So in terms of domestic and the regional operational context. That means, for example, so in the case of Japan, so Japanese government tried to develop the evacuation plan of citizens or local populace from Southwest Island to mainland. So in the case of contingency or emergency, then so of course our troops are trying to support the local government indirectly. Then so in this case, so we are analyzing the diversity in the local populace. Then they are very diverse. So of course we have a lot of local populace, then tourists and long-staying residents. Then so we should analyze those kind of people to evacuate more carefully. Then I think one of the reasons why our government, our country, try to develop WPS to, of course, to make the operations more effective. Then so it will be appreciated if you have any other reasons or ideas why you introduce WPS on the domestic or regional operations. So that is my answer.
Thank you. I think we share the same experience, and I think we are doing the same thing in Malaysia. Although we say that the actual role of the ladies are seen during crisis, conflict, or during HADR operation, but I think day to day, they've been embedded together in what we are doing. For example, on all exercises before this, it is all about ops and training outcomes that we focus. But now we also include the whole package as part of the training objective. In all operations or all missions, all training, we include or put WPS as part of the objective to be achieved. By that, the number of participation are always increased. We used to send, or we continue to send troops to attend exercises, either locally or abroad, as part of bilateral or multilateral setup. Used to be a unit will be selected, the unit will prepare for its training. So within the unit, how many number of females are there, they may involve. Compared to now, where to include the woman, there always will be at least how many people must go there, so that this objective can be achieved. I think we are moving towards there, we are going, and that's what actually happening from my department. Okay, if I want to give an example, in 2022, just a week before Christmas in 2022, we had a major landslide in a place called Batang Kali, close to Genting Highland. So I was the 11th Brigade Commander, deployed. About 200 over people was trapped and 32 were killed. So the rescue mission was carried out by 11 Brigade. As we enter the operation, the first thing that we consider is that how many ladies are we bringing? Because those who are affected in that area, the numbers were almost equal between the men, children, and the ladies. So for on all operation, it always will be included in the operation. I think that's the best that I can directly give of what we are doing now. Okay, I hope I answer your question.
Dato', I have one question, Dato'.
You're supposed to be moderating.
Yeah. I would like for you to share more insight. We have quite a number of our commanders, future leaders in this room. What are one key message in terms of mindset shift, considering or incorporating WPS in our daily operation?
I reread to emphasize. To all commanders, your commitment must be clear. WPS should be integrated as the core component of how you prepare, you plan, and you operate. It is not a peripheral requirement, but it must be in the core component. So, it's simple. In any job that you do, staff, command, or training, bring that into your planning. I think it is there, but it is not enhanced. It's not enhanced enough. Okay.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The top-down perspective is there. It is up to us to continue this effort. Any more questions? We still have 2 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Assalamualaikum, Dato'. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Norhaila Shalimi. I'm from the Army Aviation Directorate. I have one question related to what the moderator have said, that in this ballroom, majority is the future leaders of our armed forces. A question related to that, is there in the future will be WPS will be has a core components in the audit to evaluate the commander's capabilities and also what so forth. Thank you very much.
Haila is our first Malaysian lady officer that we sent to overseas staff college. She did her staff college in Singapore. I agree, Haila, it is missing in all our Inspectorate General audit on WPS, and that's why in the strategic planning I say that it must also be audited so that the progress can be monitored and measured. I agree that we must include that, and I will bring that matter within the forum that I have to pursue that to be included. Okay.
All right, I can take one more question. Last one.
Normally at Malaysian Armed Forces Staff College, when it is 1 minute, there will be a red light will be turned on saying that it's 1 minute. If you ask question during that 1 minute, the whole class will hit you. So in order to avoid anybody hit anyone, thank you very much for the engaging session. I'll be still available this afternoon. We can, obviously, I'm open for any discussion. And by virtue of, I am the Assistant Chief of Staff of Operation and Training, I like to hear from you, and I like you to bring out what are other measures that we should take on so that the Malaysian Armed Forces will move together in line with the regional partners. So again, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you.
Dato', can you kindly remain on stage? We have a momentous presentation. What we heard today is very clear. The evolving strategy, security landscape is not just a strategy, but new ways of thinking, leading, and integrating capability. Certainly, WPS is not a force multiplier. When we properly understood and operationalized, the challenge ahead is about execution. Right? Strategy without intent is just an intent. With that, I thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Colonel Dr. Muhammad Izwan, for the wrap-up. Now, we would like to invite Brigadier General Dr. Norma binti Samsuri, Chairperson of Mafis 2026, to present a memento to the speaker. Yang berbahagia Major General Dato' Haji Fazal bin Haji Abdul Rahman.
That is being displayed on the screens are the one placed on your table. The QR code gives access to relevant materials pertaining to the session just now and to submit your feedback and inputs accordingly.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on, we will now dive into the international perspectives, where cross-country exchange helps to identify practical gaps, shared challenges, and also adaptable solutions. And in order to do so, we would like to welcome Major Dr. Ashwin Nathan, a dental officer from 602 Armed Forces Dental Center, to steer this discussion with his esteemed panel of speakers. Please welcome Major Dr. Ashwin.
Salam Sejahtera, a very good morning, distinguished guests, senior officers, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to moderate this session on international experience exchange, lessons and practical gaps under the theme of women, peace and security, as highlighted under today's key theme on international perspectives, Strengthening women, peace, and security implementation benefits from learning across global and regional experiences, where cross-country exchange helps identify practical gaps, shared challenges, and adaptable solutions. And this is precisely what this session aims to achieve. Today's session moves beyond theory. We focus on one key question: how does WPS work in real operations, and where are the gaps? In today's complex operating environment, defined by hybrid threats, information warfare, and increasing engagement with civilian populations, the ability to understand the human domain is critical. And this is where WPS becomes not just relevant, but operational. We will begin with an individual presentation, followed by a moderated panel discussion and Q&A. I would firstly like to invite our first speaker today, Captain Lee Du Hoa from Vietnam, a pharmacist with the Vietnam Department of Peacekeeping Operations. She has operational experience in the UNISFA mission, focusing on medical logistics and humanitarian support. Please let us welcome Captain Lee Du Hoa.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Captain Lee Du Hoa, represent of the Vietnam People Army. Now, I would like to invite all of you pay attention into the screen for have a look our Q&A in women, peace, and security agenda.
Vietnam, a country that has experienced many fierce wars, has been demonstrating its spirit of peace through its active participation in common world issues, typically participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations. On that journey, the positive contributions of Vietnamese women are indispensable. They, the female soldiers wearing the blue berets, not only contributed to the protection of the country from early on, from afar, but also helped spread the image of strong, brave, and enthusiastic Vietnamese women.
I salute the brave Vietnamese who have traveled far from their homes to help suffering people in the Central African Republic and South Sudan.
apologize for some technical difficulties. Please bear with us.
Vietnam, a country that has experienced many fierce wars, has been demonstrating Vietnam, a country that has experienced many fierce wars, has been demonstrating its spirit of peace through its active participation in common world issues, typically participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations. On that journey, the positive contributions of Vietnamese women are indispensable. They, the female soldiers wearing the blue berets, not only contributed to the protection of the country from early on, from afar, but also helped spread the image of strong, brave, and enthusiastic Vietnamese women.
I salute the brave Vietnamese who have traveled far from their homes to help suffering people in the Central African Republic and South Sudan.
Mission, demonstrating a strong commitment to the goal of peace and development.
Các lực lượng tham gia hoạt động gìn giữ hòa bình Liên Hợp Quốc tuyệt đối trung thành với Đảng, Nhà nước và nhân dân, phát huy phẩm chất tốt đẹp của bộ đội Cụ Hồ, đoàn kết, chủ động, sáng tạo, tự lực, tự cường, vượt qua mọi khó khăn thử thách, thực hiện tốt vai trò sứ giả của hòa bình.
At UN missions in South Sudan, the Central African Republic, and Abayan, Vietnamese female officers take on positions that require strategic thinking, organization, and coordination of information.
Nam giới nhưng cũng có rất nhiều lợi thế, đặc biệt là trong điều đình, đàm phán, thương thảo và làm mềm hóa tình hình căng thẳng.
A highlight in the contributions of Vietnamese women to UN peacekeeping missions is their participation in the Level 2 field hospitals. In all Level 2 field hospitals number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and currently Level 2 field hospital number 7, there are 10 or more female soldiers. Their mission is to examine, diagnose, treat, care for and ensure the health of officers, soldiers, and staff of the United Nations working at the mission. The diseases here are extremely diverse, from typical common diseases to endemic diseases according to geographical areas that are quite unfamiliar to Vietnamese doctors, from acute diseases to long-term chronic diseases, from internal diseases to surgical diseases. That requires doctors and nurses to have solid professional qualifications, extensive knowledge, and constantly seek to learn in order to meet the requirements of the task. In a multicultural environment, patients coming for examination and treatment are from many different countries, with different languages, beliefs, and customs, requiring female doctors and nurses to not only be good at their profession but also need to behave and communicate skillfully, know how to listen and sympathize with patients. Despite harsh working conditions and lack of facilities and resources, they always complete assigned tasks well and are highly appreciated by the United Nations. In addition to medical work, female soldiers also participate in organizing community activities, helping to improve the lives of indigenous people. Not only providing material support, programs such as medical education, disease prevention, and teaching children have created positive impacts, helping to build trust and strengthen cooperation between UN forces and local communities.
Chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị 2 cái máy khâu từ Việt Nam và đem rất nhiều vải có thể giúp được chị em phụ nữ may mặc những cái trang phục hàng ngày cho bản thân họ hay cho con cái họ. Ngoài ra chúng tôi cũng đem những cái hạt giống để nhằm mong muốn là hỗ trợ người dân phát triển nông nghiệp xanh sạch.
Not only contributing to the medical field, but Vietnamese women also perform tasks in the engineering contingents deployed in the Bayan. The work of building infrastructure, repairing bridges, roads, and public works are heavy and physically demanding tasks. However, Vietnamese female engineers still confidently carry them out. Together with their male colleagues, they participate in construction projects, renovating military and civil works in the area, contributing to improving the living environment and creating favorable conditions for the forces at the mission.
The Vietnamese People's Army came here to help with things just as the people expected. What they do for us here is the same as what they do for the Vietnamese people. We feel happy and joyful.
Countries and regions that are still experiencing conflict and poverty, such as the Republic of South Sudan, the Central African Republic or Abyei, are places where the role and position of women in society are still being degraded. Domestic violence, sexual abuse, and discrimination are things that many women here are experiencing. As a country with experience in post-war reconstruction, more than any other country, Vietnam is always aware of the changes and the significance of enhancing the role and rights of women and girls, those who are most severely affected by conflict. The participation and active contribution of Vietnamese female soldiers in peacekeeping activities, and especially the voices of women in the movement for gender equality, against violence and sexual abuse, have become models and inspiration for local women to fight for their rights and demonstrate their role in social life.
Vietnam has achieved an impressive level of women's participation in peacekeeping operations in a short period of time. We believe that Vietnam has the potential to exceed the Secretary General's target by 2028. This is possible if Vietnam continues to take the encouraging steps it has taken.
Vietnamese women participating in UN peacekeeping missions always face many challenges. Difficulties in working conditions, language, and cultural barriers, along with the threat of conflict and insecurity, are always major obstacles. However, with a resilient spirit, they have overcome all to successfully complete their missions. These efforts are not only recognized by the UN but also contribute to spreading the beautiful impression of the image of Uncle Host soldiers to the international community.
Không chỉ có hoàn thành nhiệm vụ mà họ còn tạo ra cái không khí, cái sự cảm hứng, cái sự truyền cảm những cái giá trị của Việt Nam đối với bạn bè quốc tế. Có một điều chúng tôi mong muốn là những nữ sĩ quan Việt Nam nói riêng cũng như là những nữ sĩ quan nói chung trong đội hình hoạt động gìn giữ hòa bình Liên Hợp Quốc cần phải được quan tâm nhiều hơn đến cuộc sống của họ, cần được cất nhắc họ vào những cái vị trí lãnh đạo mà họ hoàn toàn xứng đáng, cần phải nêu gương họ không chỉ trong các cái phái bộ mà ở tất cả các quốc gia và trên toàn thế giới. Vì đây là một cái điển hình cho cái sự nghiệp bình đẳng giới mà Liên Hợp Quốc đặt ra.
The presence of Vietnamese women in peacekeeping operations not only brings pride to the country but also demonstrates gender equality and the increasingly important role of women in multilateral activities. This is not only a source of pride but also a symbol of strength, intelligence, and courage. Their contributions not only help create positive changes in conflict areas but also inspire the younger generation, affirming the spirit of peace and humanity of the Vietnamese people in the international arena. With enthusiasm and determination, Vietnamese women will certainly continue to make a deep impression in the journey of peacekeeping in the world.
Thank you. My apologize for the mistake of technology. Next, ladies and gentlemen, our starting right approach begin with a profound institutional commitment. We don't just send the female officer to fulfill a quota. We prepare them to be a strategic connector. Before deploying to the mission, we underwent rigorous training, not only in logistic, engineering, or medical expertise, but also in cultural intelligence. We learned that to protect everyone, we must understand everyone. This transition from policy to practice is the root in the belief that female peacekeepers soften the military environment, making it more accessible to foster partnership with the local community and share their concern. Next slide, please. The first lesson with recurring challenges in the field is navigating strict cultural taboo. During the medical clinic for the Dinka village, we include reproductive health care alongside basic check. To us, these were essential care. However, we had not yet fully perceived the strict cultural taboo surrounding this topic within the local community. The community at that time was visibly distressed and refused our support. Perceiving our care as an intrusion into their private custom is a significant challenges that could have halted our mission. So how did we fix that? We did not push. Instead, we turned to listen and replace purely technical approach with the human empathy. And with all the respect, we realized that in some place, bridge of trust must be built before medical tent can be raised. By prioritizing their cultural boundary, we eventually earned their trust, symbolized by a local husband allowed bringing his wife to seek our help. In the second lesson, about address and information gathering, as we all know, when the conflict escalates, the elder, women, and the children are often the first and the most vulnerable group to be affected. To sustain WPS, we must prove its operational value through the length of GBI+. Female peacekeeper often act as early warning sensor for the mission. Why we say that? Because, next slide please. Because we establish trust, local women who are often the first notice security chief felt safe enough to warning us about the unidentified armed group moving towards the center. Thanks for that, we were able to report the situation to headquarters and initiate the most appropriate contingency measure. This, I believe, is a clear example for GBI Plus in the action, demonstrating its vital roles in the peacekeeping operation and in advancing the broader goal that the United Nations strive to achieve. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, with the short learn, I hope that I have contributed in some way to clearer and more vivid understanding of the role of WPS agenda and in peacekeeping mission in particular. Women are not merely a support force, they also are a core force. Our restances make mission more adaptable, more human, and more effective. Peace without women is not complete. Thank you for attention, and I wish our session will fully success. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Hua, for that insightful presentation. You have demonstrated how, especially medical support, becomes a strategic bridge between the force and population. Captain Hua will not be joining us for the panel discussion. We thank her once again.
Thank you.
We now move on to our panel discussion. I would like to invite our esteemed guests and speakers to please take the stage. Commander Shannon, Dr. Delena, Flight Lieutenant Hutchinson, and Colonel Rate. Our first panel speaker for the day will be Colonel Ratih Pusparani from Indonesia. Pusparini. Apologies, madam. Senior Staff Officer at the National Resilience Institute of Indonesia. She has served in multiple UN missions, including MONUC, UNSMIS, and UNIFIL. Her expertise include civil-military coordination, humanitarian operations, and WPS implementation. She is also actively engaged in ASEAN and international WPS platforms. Please welcome Colonel Ratih.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and distinguished participants, as well as our peacekeepers fellows. I know I met many peacekeepers here in this room. So once a peacekeeper is always a peacekeeper. Today, I would like to share you why inclusive matter from my experiences in MONUC at that time. When I was there in 2008, it's still MONUC. Now it became MONUSCO. UNATS, advanced team in Syria, and becoming supervision mission in Syria and UNIFIL. I'm Colonel Ratih Pusparini from Indonesian National Resilience Institute, same as NRC in Malaysia. I put AF in my name because most new acquaintance thought I'm an army. So I have to put it, I'm an Air Force for 31 years, and today is Indonesian Air Force Day for 80 years. Thank you. 80 years serve the nation. Next, please. Oh, yeah, next, please. Strategic foundation, the compass of inclusion. In our recently developed framework, National Defense System Navigation, we argue that a robust defense system requires more than just hardware. It requires a strategic compass, and that is inclusive leadership. Integrating WPS agenda isn't a soft policy. It is a doctrinal shift within Indonesia National Defense Forces, or TNI. By anchoring our leadership in institutional commitment, inshallah, we ensure that gender perspectives are not an afterthought, but a foundational element of our operational planning and national defense posture. In my opinion, listening to yesterday WPS speeches, sharing knowledge and experiences, I think we need to have executive seminar for our bosses only. So no us, no more us. It's for the boss only. In inclusiveness in operation plan and national defense posture. Maybe Canada or Japan can be the sponsor for this. So regional bosses to learn about inclusiveness. Do not use WPS while they see that this is Women, Peace and Security Seminar. This is your job, Ratih. You go. We don't need that. We need the inclusiveness. So our bosses got idea and ready to shift their mindset. Inshallah. Next, please. Building the force, we're optimizing human capital. Effective national defense system navigation relies on the optimal deployment of all human capital. In TNI, we focus on genuine capacity building, moving beyond mere numbers to tactical proficiency. During my time preparing units for international mission, I have seen that when we empower women peacekeepers in mission critical roles, so not only the administrative roles, we enhance our total force capability. This isn't just about participation, it's about ensuring every navigator in our system is trained and positioned to maximize our tactical reach in complex environments. I was the first Indonesian women officer deployed to MONUC in 2008, together with one of Army Major. We were there as a military observer. No knowledge, all men around us, and mostly they say, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I'm doing the same as you. We are the same military observer. We have the same responsibility. So we are colleagues. I'm not an Indonesian woman who always follow you, even, because some of them are my seniors, but here our status are the same. So just give me chance. I will show you that once women inside the team, then we will get more benefit compare all men team. We also have female engagement team in Congo. Because of security reason, now we changed the name to the integrated team, mix between men and women. It used to be only women, sorry. And we also now have a women peacekeeper in our CIMIC team and also MCOU team, Military Community Outreach Unit. This is all like winning the heart and the mind of the local people there in Lebanon. May they get the strong and protection from Allah in this hard situation. If some of you are from UNIFIL, then you remember Rim and Mahdi. They are not in very sad situation. In our integrated team, engagement team, still the women is the leader. You can see that one lady with a UN cap. She is a captain. Now she is a major. She was the platoon commander or the team commander. She speaks French, so this is one of benefit of the team because Congolese, they speak French as well. So here we can see that the inclusiveness of us among the peacekeeper there give the mission more benefits. Next, please. The theories in our national defense system navigation were tested and validated in toughest terrains, from hills in South Lebanon with UNIFIL to the dance of Congo with MONUSCO. Inclusive leadership was our key to success. I was a chief staff in UNIFIL Joint Operation Center at that time. One day, a rocket launched from Palestinian camp next to Tyre city to the area of Israel. And the first commander looking at me like waiting what this girl will do in this critical situation. I said, "Sir, please wait. I will invite all units that have to be here." And he didn't say anything. He's an Italian two-star general. He didn't say anything. I just look at me and then, okay. Then everyone there, I briefed them because I was the chief at that time who received report from Western Brigade, Eastern Brigade, and also DHQ from IDF liaison officer and also from Lebanon Armed Forces liaison officer. And done, we decided that the J2, that the intelligence personnel will come to Israel to verify the things there in Israel. And he told my boss, the Colonel Italian, I underestimated her. I thought she cannot do anything. And I just smiled and I said, sir, this female officer is different. That's why Indonesia sent me to the mission. A bit snob, but I have to, because to show them that once we are assigned to a job, we can do, even sometimes better than men. When I was in UNSMIS, I was the advanced team and also one of the team in Homes team site, as well as, and after that they moved me to HQ and G3. So the first month in Homes, only me and one major from Norway. We patrol every day. All the bullets on the top of our car and the IDs on the way there. And my friend will look at me and say, are you okay, Rati? I told him, I'm good, because they just welcoming us. Every day we visited all the groups and then also the government of Syria. And there we get more information, more intelligence sharing from the governor and also from the groups. Similarly, during Sulawesi earthquake and tsunami, because I put also the humanitarian, the inclusive team consists of civilian, military, and police were the first to identify and secure vulnerable gaps in the humanitarian net. We can say that this is the Indonesian way, proving that inclusion leads directly to mission success and civilian protection. Next, please. Diana's assessment, overcoming navigation hardship. However, any skilled navigator must account for rough seas. In our journey toward a fully inclusive force, we face real hazard, tokenism, cultural barriers, and lack of robust monitoring. If we treat WPS as a checklist rather than a core competency, we weaken our national defense system navigation. We must move from symbolic presence to strategic influence. This requires persistent mentoring and the courage to challenge institutional inertia. Our goal is clear: to evolve from inclusive participation to inclusive leadership as a standard operating procedure for the modern military. Next, please. As a closing, distinguished guests and participants, I can say inclusive leadership can lead to higher performance and essential for modern security challenges. It is reaffirming our commitment to UNSC 1325 on WPS to prevent a reversal of gender equality gains. We're focusing on practical steps to increase women's participation at all levels, from local to international, and we're reinforcing that gender equality is a prerequisite for sustainable society, inshallah. Before I close, General Norma, as our most senior women peacekeeper in the region, ma'am, do you think it is possible to have an official network of Asian women peacekeepers? Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Colonel Rati, for that insightful speech. We thank you for all your experiences and those shared with us here today. Our next speaker is Flight Lieutenant Lauren Hutchinson from Australia, a personal capability officer in the Royal Australian Force. She currently serves as the 19th Squadron based in Butterworth, Malaysia. Her role includes personal welfare, HR, and finance. And she also serves as the gender focal point within her unit. She is actively involved in mainstreaming gender perspectives into daily operational activities. Please welcome Flight Lieutenant Lauren Hutchinson.
Selamat pagi, good morning. Ma'am, sir, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, it is a privilege to be given the opportunity to listen to all the different keynote addresses and speakers over yesterday and today at this symposium, and then to hopefully offer an Australian perspective of what our successes, progress, and the gaps that still persist, and some lessons we have learned in the Australian Defence Force along the way. This morning, I'll be sharing with you the concept of gender mainstreaming, and then stepping through the various implementation plans from the Australian Government and then into the Australian Defence Force in their gender, peace and security frameworks. Throughout, I will share some personal experience and experiences of other gender advisors that I've had the opportunity to network with and learn from. Firstly, gender mainstreaming, as the ADF defines it, is the deliberate and systematic inclusion of gender perspectives in all stages of policy, operational planning, and development. It embeds gender considerations within existing processes and planning tools, so analysis becomes routine and not an added standalone requirement. This is where it becomes bolted in and not bolted on. And it matters. Why? Because it is deemed a capability enhancer, enabling earlier identification of the second and third order effects of conflict and crisis to men, women, boys, and girls. It increases operational effectiveness through informed command decision-making, reduces risk, and strengthens legitimacy. And for the Australian Air Force especially, it is now becoming more and more not an afterthought, but an intentional planning consideration. From the strategic federal government level, the Australian government is forward-leaning and a committed global champion for WPS. In 2021, the government released our second National Action Plan for Women, Peace and Security, which is a whole-of-government strategy developed in consultation with a host of civil society organisations. It extends upon our first National Action Plan from 2012 to 2018. And the four key outcomes of this are: 1, supporting women's meaningful participation and needs in peace processes; 2, reducing sexual and gender-based violence; 3, supporting resilience, crisis and security, law and justice efforts to meet the needs and rights of all women and girls; and lastly, demonstrating leadership and accountability for WPS. I'm aware Malaysia has recently released their first National Action Plan, and for us in Australia, ours not only shows a continued commitment with the second one, but also within this, our progress reports are made available publicly in a staged approach for accountability and transparency to the wider population. The first one was released in 2023 and a following one in 2025. And our last update highlights many examples of the different partnerships and efforts within Australia and the Asia-Pacific regions that Australia has influenced and provided support to GPS outcomes. Furthermore, it has been 1 year since Australia launched Australia's International Gender Equality Strategy. This reaffirms the centrality of Australia's commitment to gender equality and advancing the human rights of women and girls. It outlines how we will use all tools of our foreign policy to drive gender equality, including through our bilateral and regional programs and relationships, our multilateral diplomacy, trade, development, and humanitarian assistance. So whilst for us the policy and legislation exists, there is an ongoing challenge to turn this into consistent and sustainable actions that are normalised. One practical success of these policies and strategies is seen in the workforce through the 2026 Status of Women Report Card, which shows that Australian women are working more than ever, with workforce participation reaching a record yearly average of 63.1% in 2025. And dads are spending more time with their children, with 20% of primary care parental leave and 33% of the new government-funded paid parental leave recipients being male. Australia also ranked 13th internationally, which is our highest score ever. This strong strategic implementation is also seen through Australian Defence Force policies and doctrine. Specifically, the Australian Defence Mandate 2020 to 2030, and through other operational doctrines as seen on the screen. Each service has then adopted service level implementation plans, and I'll talk to the Air Force one specifically shortly. These stress the importance and impact women can have, and therefore our increased capacity to deploy and increased participation across all employment categories, including those that are stereotypically male-dominated. The Defence Mandate has 6 lines of effort and associated activities with quantifiable measured success factors. The Air Force Implementation Plan aligns to these lines of effort on the screen. Firstly, line of effort 1, it is evident, even in this short presentation so far, that Australia has had success with senior leadership and government buy-in to publish doctrine, legislation and policy across the tactical, operational and strategic level. Now the challenge remains for those at the squadron command level to adopt and develop ongoing policy internal to their unit. Secondly, education and training is at the forefront of Air Force's plan, and this is observed daily through the development of gender focal points and gender advisors. Gender focal points, such as myself, are embedded as a secondary duty in almost every squadron in Air Force and encourage command teams, colleagues and subordinates alike to embed gender perspectives across all decisions, unit processes and activities. I have personally thoroughly enjoyed being appointed and trained as a gender focal point and embedding perspective and gender considerations in my current skill set as an administration and as an extra but as a formalized, normalized consideration. Line of effort 3 refers to the efforts that start in the recruiting process, employment category selection, and appropriate gender representation in our force composition for exercises, operations, international engagements, and overseas postings. As of July 2025, the Australian Defence Force female representation increased to 20.9%, with the Air Force leading at 27.3%. And Defence remains committed to achieving its overall target of 25% by 2030, with agreed targets of 18% Army, 28% Navy, and 35% for Air Force. From 23 to 25, women comprise 17% of our deployed personnel, with ongoing efforts there to improve gender balance across all operations and identify opportunities where women will play a central role in the operations and command. Air Force also has a dedicated GenAd position that has direct liaison authority with the GFP and GenAd network for any taskings and opportunities that may arise. This has been a critical success in normalising GPS as a key consideration and enabled the selection of personnel for opportunities, often as a double hat to a position already a more streamlined and efficient process. Line of effort 4 links directly to some operational examples I will provide shortly, but embedding a gender perspective from the initial planning stages and considering the second and third order effects of crisis and military assistance has been vital, specifically when looking at humanitarian assistance and disaster relief and non-combatant evacuation operations. These can be both domestic with regard to our Indigenous population or international. Line of effort 5 is a strength of Air Force and the ADF at large regarding our international engagement and partnerships with our partner nations activities, senior leadership air staff talks, and opportunities and invitations such as this. A key measured success has been that for air staff talks at the senior leadership level, all briefing packs include a country gender summary for the respective nation. Lastly, LOE 6 is critical for the documentations of our lessons learnt, practical successes, and the progress made for the ADF and Air Force. A simple but effective way this has been implemented is the completion of a post-activity report for any deployed GenAd or GFP activity that is then shared with the network, as well as filed for future reference. It also includes an annual service level report against the Defence GPS mandate and the National Action Plan 2 outcomes. At the operational level, GPS is now included in all of our commanders' critical information requirements when deployed, which is a constant reminder to all personnel deployed to have GPS embedded and included with other key reporting. It is hoped through this we are progressing and not just relearning some of the same lessons. Now to provide some examples from 2 operations that a GenAd and gender perspective was vital for command decisions and deployed teams to better understand the human terrain in a crisis. Operation Fiji Assist in 2016 was the first Australian Defence Force operation to integrate UNSCR 1325 in the operational order documentation, and the first ADF operation to deploy gender advisors. This came with many lessons to learn, but initiated the process for GenAds on deployment. The ability to consider family and female roles in the community and offer dignity kits that align culturally was some of the known successes and what was learned from a gender perspective, and where gender impacted the success of the operation. More recently, Operation Beach in 2025 was a significant short-notice non-combatant evacuation, which showed agility and flexibility. A simple inclusion was a tactical reporting card which had some gender considerations on it, developed by key gender focal points and gender advisors for all personnel and crew. Furthermore, providing culturally appropriate dignity kits and private spaces while in transit for cultural practices were two practical measures of GPS taken in action. The crew were also of mixed gender, as you can see on the photo on the screen, to interact with the personnel and community they were helping as they boarded. Lastly, while posted to Malaysia for only a short time so far, I have learned and observed many opportunities and shared experiences for both nations when it comes to GPS. Our Australian High Commission has also provided support to many key activities in Malaysia to continue to advance and progress GPS outcomes and mainstreaming. I also now have the privilege of leading and supporting multi-faith and multinational teams, which has provided and broadened my understanding of gender considerations in a culture that is not my own. Overall, the Australian Air Force has made significant progress and will continue to do so in local actions that then have a global impact in military and humanitarian operations alike. We also have so much more to learn from each other as well, if that's anything to take away from this symposium. As positive as the progress in buy-in has been, there are still ongoing challenges and gaps that currently persist. Firstly, the strategic level documentation is now well published, but the ongoing challenge of turning this into action is still a work in progress. It is hoped with the implementation of the annual progress reports to keep us honest and accountable, Air Force will continue to see documented progress. Secondly, ongoing training and education is required. A specific challenge for this, and it has been mentioned throughout yesterday and today, is overcoming the bias that this is strictly training for females and that only females can be GenAds or GFPs. This is far from the case, and it is hoped with ongoing education and awareness this will slowly be removed. I know from my gender focal point course that I facilitated and learnt on, having a mix of males and females only enhance the learning experience and perspectives shared. This ties into the awareness of GPS activities and outcomes, but the bias is still prevalent, and it is acknowledged that conflict now has a statistically larger detrimental impact on women and girls, but gender, peace and security is now a shared command responsibility. It is still a challenge that will take consistent and ongoing progress to resolve. Lastly, the geopolitical space that all nations operate in from their own perspective is increasingly complex and demanding. Whilst this reiterates the importance of gender advisors and GPS, it will inevitably present current, known and unknown future different challenges to overcome and identify the gender considerations that apply in that context. In closing, I've also included some key resources and links referenced in this short presentation that can be made available as well to further detail what the ADF and Australia is doing. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak, and I'm looking forward to engaging in conversations, any questions you may have, and learning more from each other throughout the rest of this symposium. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sure the floor has some burning questions. I kindly ask that you keep them for the end of the session. Thank you. Our next speaker is Commander Shannon Lewis Simpson from Canada. She is the Deputy Director for Women, Peace and Security within the Canadian Armed Forces. She's also a Naval Warfare Officer and an Adjunct Professor of Archaeology at Memorial University of Newfoundland. She has been deployed as the Gender Advisor to NATO missions in Iraq and currently leads institutional WPS efforts within the Canadian Armed Forces. She is also an international advisor and co-editor of Evolving Human Security Frameworks and Considerations for Canada's Military. Please welcome Commander Shannon.
Okay. I hope you can all hear me all right in the back. Yes? Okay, super, thank you. I don't have a script. That's a risk, but I'm hopeful that I can just speak to what we've been doing in our country over the last 2 years and then leave lots of time for questions afterwards. And I want to reiterate, of course, that what the colleagues have been saying over the last 2 days really accords with the challenges and successes that we have been enjoying as well. So colleagues, we are among friends here. Salam alaikum. I am honored to be here with all of you. For the nerds in the back at Staff College, a lot of this has to do with doctrine, so it's good for you. So it's all good. Let me see, yes. So we know this. There are 4 pillars. This has been ongoing for 25 years. It's not new. We are not there yet. Why are we not there yet? That's the thing. So are we going to take another 50 years to progress this file? Or perhaps 100 in some cases, I don't know. In Canada, we are on our 3rd National Action Plan. It was actually released in 2024. One of the key good things about the 3rd National Action Plan is the whole of government approach that we've taken. Defense is not the lead, Global Affairs Canada is. There are 10 separate federal departments who have a stake in this process. It really aligns policy across government and allows for a continuous approach, which is very useful in terms of domestic security and also global security issues. As we know, everything is transborder now. We need to work together and in a collaborative, coordinated manner, or nothing will get accomplished. There's also an increased domestic focus within our last National Action Plan as well. Climate change has caused great insecurity within some parts of Canada, particularly in the Arctic and in rural areas. A colleague of mine on our team, who is a flight surgeon, noted to me yesterday that 1 of 12 of medical facilities within the world is situated within a floodplain, and even more so within the Asian-Pacific region, which is interesting and worrying at the same time. Things like this we need to concern ourselves with, of how people, diverse populations, are adversely and differentially insecure by virtue of who they are, where they are, what they live, and their patterns of life. We also discuss a basic understanding and enhanced understanding of the human domain, and whether it's human domain, human factors, human environment, or human terrain. We're having arguments about that, but it actually is quite robust arguments and useful to understand quite well what WPS is in the context of defense and security. We also have instituted a very robust and collaborative monitoring, evaluation, and learning approach throughout all of the departments, and then throughout all of the different commands and associate deputy ministers within defense. DCAF has noted that our approach to the PMF is quite one to take note of. There are 6 focus areas within the 3rd Canadian National Action Plan: building, sustaining peace, security, justice, and accountability, crisis response, and that includes, of course, domestic crisis as well, sexual and gender-based violence, leadership and capabilities, and inclusion. So although we've spoken a lot over the last 2 days about inclusion of women within the force and within defense and security, it's not everything. It's but one element of what it is we're trying to do. Men make up 75% of the force within Canada, and certainly we want to look upon men as not only allies, but actors in this venture. And we need to understand why this is relevant to all our work. So as I said, we're starting to consider what we are looking at here, and it's basically a better, more enhanced understanding of the human domain in relation to the other domains within a multi-domain operations and a spectrum of operations as well. Is it a domain or not? Not quite certain. I mean, will it ever be operationalized as such, as a stand-up command on its own? No. But it's probably like a mini domain, if you will, within other force generators and force employers and the different maritime, land, and air elements. So we're looking as well how to understand better the socio-cultural, physical, informational, and psychological factors that influence human behavior, whether as vulnerabilities or as risks and threats, whether within your own team or in the areas of operation where we happen to be situated. Within our own team, I want to stress upon something, that it is important to create an atmosphere of trust within a team. And Madame Bergon mentioned this yesterday, the importance of inclusion. It's more important then for all to be included within a team to focus and foster that sense of trust. Because if the people in the team do not feel as though the leadership has their support, then there's an erosion of trust and a degradation of readiness within a particular team. Of course, an understanding of who people are within your team also can be applied equally to external actors. So both are relevant in this case. We look upon this, an understanding of WPS considerations, I'll get onto that in a minute, and intersectional analysis, GPA+, looking at different factors of identity, age, ability, income, religion, culture, all of these things, education, how they impact people differently. We also look upon that as how they also generate threats from state and non-state actors, and then how we might be able to degrade those advantages that they have over us because of that. So we have a policy piece, we have a strategic policy piece. How then do we bring that down to the operational and institutional levels within defense and more broadly within the L1s? We have recently published a joint directive, a CDS-DM directive on progressing women, peace and security commitments in defense, with a dual focus on institutional and operational elements within it. We've also published a defense framework for WPS, which has 4 key issues for Canada that we will focus on and attempt to progress. One is the representation and meaningful participation of diverse women and the development of teams of trust within defense, either as civilians or military, and both together, because of course it can be very difficult to work with civilians and military in a security environment sometimes, with different ways of communicating, understanding what we're doing. Removal of barriers, of course, is part of that. Sexual and gender-based violence is still an issue, whether we are deployed as CRSV is used as a weapon throughout the world. If you haven't had opportunity to read the Ambassador Patton's speech that she gave at Ottawa last October, please do so. It is not easy reading, but it is the truth. And it is the truthful account of how state and non-state actors use CRSV as a weapon of torture for men and women in combat and as civilians outside of combat. Also, we're looking at it within our own force as well, and cyber violence, you know, tech-facilitated gender-based violence. The notion was mentioned yesterday about cyber and how people are being affected within that realm as well, especially young men being targeted and recruited and radicalized online by extremist groups. That, of course, is part of all of this as well, and a very real threat. We're also looking at unlawful recruitment and use of child soldiers. Canada is a champion in this space, and we want to continue that within this framework as well as looking at how it is within the cyber domain as well. And also looking at intersectional approaches. As I said, none of these things are unique or a silo into themselves. All of our security situation is trans-border, and it's all intersecting. So we need to understand and untangle what that looks like, you know, in terms of countering any threats and making the world a more secure place. So the joint directive has 5 lines of effort. We first need to know what we're doing and who's doing it, to clarify the roles and tasks in defense for both military and civilian professionals in the team. We need to build capacity. We've been doing a lot of that over the last 2 years. We have gender advisors and intersectional advisors within most commands at the moment. One is mostly dealing with the institutional policy side. The other is focused on the risks and threats in the operational planning process and in activities and whatnot, and ops themselves. We're looking at establishing sustaining networks like this one. We cannot do this work alone. I'll get on to that. We need to integrate as well all of these where appropriate and where relevant to defense business, and as well inclusion. What does that look like? How do we build trust in that way? What doesn't work? This is what you asked me to speak about. Being rigid. There's not one way to do this work. There are over 6 billion people on this planet, and everyone has their own idea of what security looks like to them. So what works for Japan may not work for Canada, may not work for Indonesia. We have to find our own way in this. and not be rigid in an approach. But you can notice the similarities that we all have, certainly, that we can build upon together. Trust. That's been mentioned many times. It is so important. There's a book that has been published by Jason Lyle. I'll give you the reference after if you wish. It's called Divided Armies. He reckons that over the course of researching 200 different armed and state and non-state groups over the course of 200 years, he suggests that the more willing leaders are to embrace diversity and inclusivity within their teams, the better the battlefield outcomes. It's as simple as that. And he has the receipts to prove what he says. We also need to not be behind the curve. And what I mean by that is when you are offering advice or guidance to your commanders, you need to be ahead of the game. You can't be behind. So if something is happening, you need to be attentive and involved with the intelligence command, involved with SOF, what they're doing, paying attention to what is important in terms of priorities in defense and security around the world and for your own country. And we cannot work alone. That's what does not work, working alone. So what does work? Building foundations, as I said. I'm looking at this from a .PMF framework as well. The boring stuff needs to be done. You need to put this in doctrine, or otherwise, if a leader does not choose to engage in the human domain in this way, they can take it out. It's as simple as that. So if it's in doctrine, it's very hard to remove because the capability is there and it fills a gap that has needed to be done. So that's what we're in process now is developing our own doctrine for this as well and engaging with updates to planning doctrine, to cyber, to everything, basically. Organization, we need single points of contact. We find that it works. We've embedded specific analysts with specific knowledge to particular commands. So I have one person embedded within SIFINTCOM, the intelligence command, one person with cyber, one person with Navy, one with Army, and they are the single point of contact with our wider team who coordinates all the efforts. But they're able to give relevant, tangible support to the commanders and also understand what their realities are and what their particular priorities are, which are important, or otherwise, what are you doing? So the training, we're right next week continuing the professional development needs analysis for the Canadian Armed Forces. We'll stick with the military first, then move to the civilian command. We decided to take the approach of looking and embedding it within the CAF Common, which is the common training that every person must do to be an officer or a non-commissioned member in the Canadian Armed Forces. That way it's embedded in them, and at whatever stage of their career they are, we know what they have learned and what they're expected to do as part of the common work requirements. So we're embedding it there. It is painful, very painful. So be prepared for that pain process. Also, the material. Coming back to infrastructure and whatnot, if you don't have proper flak vests that fit every member of your team, be you a 6'5", 6 foot wide gentleman or someone who is a very petite woman, you need to be able to ensure people are safe when they go to be in these dangerous environments. You need to make sure that they feel safe at work and they have the tools that they need. That's common sense. Doing an analysis of what the needs are, the needs-based analysis and intersectional analysis will assist you in that. Leadership and education, absolutely key. And it is key to make sure that your leaders understand what it is all about and what the benefit of them is, or this is to them. Also personnel, develop your network. Develop a strong network of people who know what they're doing, who are not embedded SMEs, but also can relate to what's happening within the force. And you can do so by providing them by providing them analysis of particular operations, which we do as well. Be responsive, as I say, and create products. So, and also be prepared to educate yourself. No one is right all the time or often. So be prepared to work together to understand what a common best practice is. And for further reading, yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Commander. Our next speaker is Dr. Delana Sawyers from the United States. She's Senior Women, Peace and Security Analyst at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. She is a retired colonel from the United States Army Medical Service Corps with over 20 years of experience. Her expertise includes medical operations, workforce development, WPS implementation, and institutional design. She has trained over 800 WPS advisors and contributes significantly to policy and operational frameworks. Dr. Delana, stage is yours.
Aloha and hui ho. Mahalo, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this wonderful event. I'm so excited for our partners and Malaysia, and such an opportunity to get to work with some of the practitioners that through the years I've engaged with, and even some of my students in the audience. So it's wonderful to see you. You know, the event is very timely that brings us together. Our discussions today recognize the security challenges faced by all of our countries. As in particular, those of us that are engaged in the defense and security sector. Sometimes our awareness is very painful and very unsettling. Nevertheless, once we see the challenges, we can't unsee them. Much as when you finally get WPS, the concept, and then where you fit in that, you can never unsee it again. You'll see it. You'll see gender perspectives in every aspect of your everyday life. The discussion that I'm going to risk addressing, much as Shannon mentioned, there's risk involved in going last. It means that all your points have already been covered, such as in the Major General, we were like marking through our presentations. He's so smart. He stole all of our talking points, so he's going to have to pay us back for that. But in every risk, there's an opportunity. So what I would like to take us into is kind of the art of integrating human security. What does that look like? We've talked about the foundations, we've talked about the concepts, and maybe an abstract kind of way. So what I have the opportunity to do today is to give some detail, some examples of the application and the art, if you will, of human security. So all you future leaders in the back, when I return to Malaysia, I expect you to be incorporating these kinds of details in your future work in the Defense Force. So I see you, okay? I see each of you back there. The symposium is very timely because it recognizes the, if you will, urgency of solutions to complex environments and how WPS capability counters what we're very interested in is drivers of instability. What are the drivers of instability in our own population or in the populations that we serve? Destabilizing factors caused by threats of criminal networks, disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, and economic coercion, to name a few. Closing the WPS implementation gap begins with clearly identifying WPS as a defense and security capability, which can address non-traditional security threats and align WPS to operations, activities, and investments. These support the campaign plans and national strategies. So that gets to the institutional connection that we're making to exemplify that or express that in operational engagement. We can't be fully implemented unless it's built into larger military and institutional objectives and planning practices like the Major General mention. Again, a point that he stole from us. No, I knew I couldn't operate this. There we go. Okay. So I like to think of WPS as a roadmap or highway to get to the security of the entire population by presenting a more holistic perspective to frame military objectives. Through training WPS principles, access is built through analysis of the human terrain, identifying security impacts because of social, cultural differences. We're not trying to change differences, we're understanding, we're informing ourselves about what those are and then the impacts of those. These differences mean that people are targeted differently, come into harm's way differently, sustain different types of injuries for those of us in the medical field, and have access to relief and recovery differently, those logisticians in the group. All this type of information helps plan for more effective engagements with impacted population. Having knowledge of the cultural dynamics of the operational environment and civilian patterns of life, and including those in all phases of engagement, is applied security. WPS principles enable our forces to reduce civilian harm by tailoring our operations to local sensitivities and vulnerabilities and increasing their understanding of the operational space by reducing operational and strategic blind spots for our operators, identifying risk, sources of information, access to resources, and again, what are the opportunities? Although human security approaches are flexible and can be applied to diverse contexts such as what have been discussed, post-conflict reconstruction to disaster responses, making them vulnerable in dynamic and unpredictable environments, security threats are global and require a network of WPS capability. Part of my network's right up here, and you're part of my network. Through bilateral and multilateral training with the potential of 38 countries in the U.S. Indo-Pacific area of responsibility, U.S. Indo-PACOM is building a network with the help of partners, many of whom are with me here today. Building the WPS network is an example of a significant security cooperation initiative, or an SSCI, a fully funded and resourced institutional mechanism to train with other countries, building a WPS capability to address global security, those threats, and benefiting multiple countries and partners. This SSCI aligns with operational campaigns and security strategies through burden sharing and capacity building. As strategists and planners in the defense and security sector, we are interested in enhanced cooperation with the local community and those in our partner nations. Cultivating healthy and resilient communities is counter to instability and helps address those particular drivers of instability. The ability to identify resilience gaps and the core drivers of this instability requires an analysis of the population. During our training at Indo-PACOM, delivery from 2019 to 2021, we identified a gap in our approach to human security initiatives, which were necessary to understand communities' resiliency gaps and how to build resiliency using WPS principles through data-informed engagement design and resourcing. To address this gap, Indo-PACOM WPS began a research project with the Pacific Disaster Center, or PDC, to develop a baseline assessment of countries and regions utilizing secondary data. Compiled by organizations such as the World Bank Group and the World Health Organization, this type of data is monitored and updated on an annual basis. From this type of data, an index was developed of indicators of resilience. Categories of this data included economic opportunity, access to health care, education, information, and political representation. These data points are all indicators of prosperity and well-being for broader segments of the population. Conversely, a lack of access to these institutional services renders a population more susceptible to instability threats, to include coercion. Additional data of exposure to crisis and conflict, criminal activity, including illegal and unregulated fishing, IUU, and its connection to food security, and trafficking in persons, all have unique regional impacts on the ability of a community to resist these destabilizing shocks. The baseline assessment has been applied to engagement design, resourcing, and training with a focus on understanding core drivers of instability and these areas where military engagement is possible, appropriate, and in support of broader security objectives. This is an example of an institutional approach to WPS implementation. We are facing an extremely complex global security environment and are asked with solving complex problems sets, all of which involve humans. Everything we do involves human beings. So solving the problems involves a human security approach and understanding the people that we're working with. Understanding the root causes and potential solutions of many security problems lie in this understanding the human terrain arena. Culture is a significant aspect of understanding human terrain, and societal rules are a key cross-cutting element that, if understood effectively, can provide unique insight into the security environment. The significance of culture was very apparent in the U.S. resettlement of approximately 80,000 Afghan refugees. Identified as Operation Allies Welcome, the resettlement operation was started overseas with emergency evacuation of Afghanistan to U.S. resettlement locations on reserve military installation bases. The Department of Homeland Security was the lead agency with the U.S. military, all branches of which supported the operation. They provided logistics, security, and basing locations. This was a new mission set for the defense and security sector, and we were working with multiple NGOs or non-government organizations. WPS advisor deployment to these locations was implemented by U.S. Northern Command, who very wisely identified security gaps in housing, education, healthcare, and daily community services. When this operation began, we were told that we would have these populations for 2 weeks. I want to say that the mission, of course, extended months, and the duration compelled us to identify and to continue to monitor security risk and opportunities. This was the first time that the U.S. military had recognized and deployed gender advisors. This had never been a part of a deployment or an exercise. Indo-PACOM supplied the first 4 of those 8 gender advisors, and we were deployed up to 2 months in a duration. All of us experienced the influx, the rapid influx of a population going from 0 to 7,000 overnight, and then the next day climbing to 13,000 refugees in a very tight physical location. These Afghan refugees represented a diverse population composed of rural, urban, wealthy, poor, educated, non-educated, young, old, and varying religious groups and dialects. WPS was recognized as a capability to identify, analyze, and develop solutions to these social, cultural challenges. WPS advisors integrated security cooperation by mapping stakeholders from NGOs, military, and government agencies and coordinated working groups to implement solutions that we identified through monitoring and evaluation. The programming we set up then was to assist the refugees to become and gain resiliency skills for their next living challenges. We constantly ask the question, what is human security really? Like Shannon was asking. For the toddler, we had thousands of toddlers. That's little people below the age of 4 who run around wildly. School-aged children, mothers with 5 children below the age of 5 who can't read or write. Men who are head of households that no longer have the dignity of work or role to play in the well-being of their families. What does security look like for all those different people? Through monitoring, we discovered then that the women were not participating in any of the language classes deemed key in their resiliency. Anecdotal responses were they just aren't interested in it, or they're uneducated and it would be above them. We went to the women and asked them, why aren't you participating? It was revealed that they didn't participate because they didn't have childcare. So because that was a cultural responsibility for the women, that was not a shared responsibility, no one would watch their children if they weren't school age. Now, I don't know about you, but if you're trying to learn a foreign language and you have some 2-year-old and 3-year-old and 4-year-old crawling all over you, can you learn a different language? No, you cannot. So that was a barrier to those women gaining resiliency skills. So we addressed that through programming and provided programming for those children that were below school age. Nothing really complex, just paying attention to what are the demographics, what are the social cultural implications of those demographics. You can't just count how many people are this age or that gender. You have to understand the significance of that through analysis. These diverse groups of people were impacted differently by migration and displacement and had different needs to gain some measures of resilience to equip them for future life experiences. Did I hit that? Is that just, I don't want that. Can you take that back? Take it back, pretend like you didn't see that. Okay. I do want this one, I do want. Okay, so this is example of some transnational threats that we find ourselves with. Security threats on this scale are presented by organized crime networks who engage in activities of trafficking in persons, illegal smuggling of migrants, illegal and unregulated fishing, and trafficking in illicit drugs. I really want to take the time to address trafficking in persons. This is an area where our WPS understanding is really a significant indicator of how you can program and respond to these kinds of destabilizing threats. Trafficking of persons, whether for sex, labor, or child soldiering, is one of the fastest growing organized crimes, generating over $236 billion a year and linked to other transnational crimes, including drug and weapons trafficking. The sad fact is, unlike drugs and weapons, humans as products can be used repeatedly. WPS operations to counter trafficking in persons have been addressed with workshops training labor inspectors to identify trafficked workers, with policy and government intervention strategies to counter this threat to public safety, economic stability, and future engagements with Indo-Pacific and other U.S. agencies. Health security and the global health crisis of events like pandemics and destabilized economies overwhelm healthcare systems and create security risks. All of us who lived through COVID-19 can think about how destabilizing that was to our workforce. My time's up. Was I cheated somehow? Okay. All right. So I want to end with assessment. A good analyst has to talk about assessments and how we measure what we're doing and the effectiveness. So I talked about a baseline assessment. I want to emphasize that monitoring and evaluation play key roles in closing the WPS implementation gap. You can't expect your leadership to understand the significance of what you're doing if you can't measure it and prove to them that you are, in fact, a capability. Human security outcomes are measurable, whether we are measuring knowledge of WPS principles, the ability to apply operational activities, or engagement outcome impact on drivers of instability as discussed. Every training Indo-Pacific Command starts with a pre-survey to measure the knowledge of topics and core concepts. A post-test is administered at the completion of the training to measure the effectiveness of the training. Based upon the results, content is adjusted and upgraded to continue to be relevant to the population that you're training. The measurements tool starts with a baseline, the beginning before an intervention. So you can't go into a partner engagement without knowing what their baseline is, and you can get there several ways. My example was a baseline assessment using secondary data. We can't know the effectiveness of our programming and training if we do not know at what point we started from. Monitoring and evaluation WPS learning requires asking questions differently, not only what interventions, but the impact of those interventions. So moving beyond measures of performance, how many training sessions did you conduct? How many partner nations you engaged with? How many students you trained? But was the impact of your, or the effect of what you did, and measuring that through policy, larger outcomes, actually structure committed to those kinds of capability development. So moving from measures of performance to measures of effects to really ascertain the relevance of your programming. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Delena. Now we will move on to the main emphasis of this sharing session, where we will take the burning questions from the floor. We urge the floor to ask as many questions as you can. We have approximately 20 minutes. Can we have some questions from the floor, please? Thank you, General.
How many questions I ask, so it's good. Now, I have a question for the three countries that are on the stage. So we all know that, the WPS is broken down in operation, but also in institutional side, so the two aspects. For you all, if you had a magic wand, where would you invest? Where do you think is left to do in each of your country on both sides, in operation and also under the institutional act?
Any one of you.
Ma'am, so let me rephrase again. The question is, where do we see the gap between the operational and pardon?
Two lines lines of effort. So the two lines of effort in operation and institutional. In each of your country, if you had like a magic wand that you could solve something, a barrier that is left on the operational side and a barrier that is left on the institutional side, which, like, what would they be and how would you fix it?
The cards are against me today, golly. Okay, so I would choose low-hanging fruit for us right now in the U.S. That's externally focused engagements. And I think an example of that would be our work in Papua New Guinea and the ability to train their trainers and have an impact on their structural response to a significant driver of instability for them, which is community violence, or another way of saying that, gender-based violence. So the Defense Force recognized that that was something that was so destabilizing in their country, it kept them from developing or professionalizing their defense force where they wanted to be. So by training their trainers and allowing them or working with them to facilitate their own interpretation based upon tribal, social, cultural, and diversity elements, really enhancing their approach to operationalizing their investment as and trusted members in their community to have an impact on those drivers of instability, that community violence that keeps them from really being the country that they have the skill sets to be. And so those kinds of significant security cooperation exchanges helps them further and have an impact on their country, but it also then showcases what WPS can do in a non-threatening way to our leadership. That's a application, an operational application of WPS. And I would ask for more funding to continue those kinds of initiatives to develop them from a foundational all the way up for more sustainable kinds of outcomes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. From our side and our perspective in Australia, I think operationally, the logistics readiness is where it comes into. So often we focus on the platform and the mission, effect, and objective, but often what's forgotten or left to the last minute is the supporting elements. So your logistics, your administration, your reporting requirements, those sort of things. So being able to have logistic readiness packs almost to go ready to deploy, especially for my unit here being combat support in Butterworth and supporting the RMAF in many activities and multinational exercises. Too often the funding from the Australian perspective is difficult to get the readiness and that sort of stuff, but if we can focus on the preparedness when it comes to that of the logistics, dignity kits, and understanding the gender-based considerations in the country we're in or the country we're deploying to, I think that will have a significant impact. That then ties into the institutionalized side is the country gender assessments. We have a portfolio of them on file. However, often they're outdated or our capacity as military professionals, we often not have time to be able to do that, as most of it is a secondary duty, minus a very small team of GenAds in each of the services, similar to Canada. So being able to have the capacity and prioritize and get our command to prioritize, being able to do an updated gender-based assessment on the countries we focus on in our partner nations to better understand and mutually understand that. I hope that answers that one.
Based on our experiences, then the operational will be taking care first. We don't have a gender advisor in our institution. Whenever I talk about is it possible to empower we have like in structure, we have for Navy, Air Force, and Army women, but mostly for the administrative thing. So I can say that we do not have this gender focal point or gender advisor in our military, and I do really wish, since I joined UN peacekeeping in Congo, I do really wish Indonesia start to opening their mindset that we need this, so we can maximize our operational in peacekeeping or even inside our country, whether which is we have many social conflicts and also disaster prone to almost all part of Indonesia, and mostly the victim are women, children, and the elderly, which is better to be handling by women. In our military, honestly, we are still a second class citizen. So that's why I said we do really need that our bosses, our higher authority decision maker has the knowledge. Maybe they know or they heard about WPS. We have 3 national action plan. I'm not pretty sure that our military bosses then would like to do something for TNE. That's what I can say.
Test, test. If something is not properly resourced, it doesn't get done. It's not long lasting. UN Women last year called for all militaries to spend 0.07% of total defense spending on WPS. They put out a call for that. With the increased defense spending that Canada has committed to in the last year, we think it is possible that we are meeting that target now and or will do so soon, but just don't know it because we're not quantifying what we're spending across all the commands. So one of the things that we wanted to put in place with our finance ADM is a particular code that people could determine or direct and quantify exactly what it is we're spending and what the spend is, and then it be properly budgeted for. Because if something is not properly budgeted for, it's not long lasting either. It becomes a one-off as opposed to a durable capability which is properly resourced, which is what we need. And that goes for a lot of the personnel who are working in this space. A lot of the personnel, like myself, are reservists, so they're not permanent positions yet, but we are working on that to make them so. So that's something that we need to make sure that we understand the cost involved with regards to resources, finances, and personnel to know how better to do that piece. With regards to the operational side, a major issue still remaining is conflict-related sexual violence and the protection and the prevention of that using our Gender Focal Point Network and Gender Focal Point Networks and others as ISR, as their sense function, if you see what I mean, to see what is happening on the ground and to be able to recognize it. If we can't recognize what is happening and have the proper TTPs, you know, the actions on when that happens, it will continue to be a scourge in this earth, and we need to stop that. That is one of the things that we've committed to funding in the future.
I was just going to add that operational and institutional work hand in hand. And so I think that's a great example of resourcing. You get there through institutional mechanisms that are established in your organization. And you have to understand the rules and the regulations within the defense sector that you're in to really get to the operationalizing of any sort of engagement planning and resourcing. And one of the institutional responses, besides funding, that's a tell of the commitment of the organization, is the dedication of structure or billets to WPS. So if an organization says, yeah, we really are like this WPS as a capability, then you need to say, fine, let's dedicate some positions to WPS or develop the skills that are recognized as an additional skill identifier for that capability. So that requires resourcing. Very important to understand how your organization does that.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we have time for one more question.
Good morning, Madam. I'm Commander Nohasra. I just have one question, and my question is, we have been discussed at length the challenges of getting the WPS agenda accepted by the senior leadership in military organization. Based on your experience and broad panel discussion that you have been attended, have you ever encountered reluctance of women themselves to support the WPS agenda? And in your opinion, how to address and to mitigate such situation? That's my question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Actually, in our military, most of our women armed forces, the women in our military, not many of them has the enthusiasm or understand also about WPS. I'm talking about my experience here. So I keep telling, especially to my juniors, start to grab the chance to join peacekeeping there in that place. Then you learn about WPS, and you can start from yourself, and then your family, then to your environment. In international level, whenever I join any seminar, course, or everything, most of us are enthusiasts of WPS. We can say that we are the activists of WPS. And I'm talking about the Asian people. Most of us face the same problem. It's not easy to come forward to mention this. That's why I told General Norma, ma'am, Malaysia is good. You are on the front of others in ASEAN. From 11, Malaysia is the only one who has this. Sorry, Philippines has that one before. But don't know, maybe we don't really have a good contact with Philippines. So this symposium for last 2 days, I will bring this to my boss. So I asked Ibu Norma to give me the history, how you establish this institution. You have your own unit for development, women development. Inshallah, many Indonesian women in military now having like some kind like, okay, I really want to go to mission, just like Colonel Rati. She knows many places because of peacekeeping, and I told them, just grab the chance. You go there, you learn by yourself, you make network from the whole contingent there, with from the local people, from the UN mission, the agencies and everyone there. Then you learn what is WPS. I think that's a small step that I can encourage my junior, so they know they open their mind, and inshallah they start to do it in their environment. That's from me.
Yeah, I think I'm similar in that I've had the privilege of working for some phenomenal female commanders, both in units, squadrons, and away on taskings and activities. I think the combination of training and understanding and realizing that you don't necessarily, it's not all about the people who have just deployed to UN peacekeeping missions and the people who have deployed on operations and have had this massive realization and critical to success. It's actually all in the small inputs. So myself as a personnel capability officer, people is what I do for a living. So it's easier to find those little ways in meetings, in executive conferences, in opportunities such as this, that while it is a secondary duty, it's constantly in the forefront of my mind when I'm talking about the welfare or the funding or anything like that to my boss. So I think when you're talking to a commander, realize the potential your specialization has, whether you're in intelligence, logistics, engineering, maintenance, regardless of rank as well, and being able to, and experience, to be able to embed one little thing. I know an example I've had in my unit is the fact that we didn't even have gender focal point as a secondary duty on our register and documentation. That little thing in then promulgated out to everyone with all of the other secondary duties was something that we can easily identify, and people then can ask those questions of what's that, or is that just a female thing? And no, it's not. It just happens that a female is fulfilling that position at this point in time. So I think, yeah, focusing on the small things, don't necessarily go straight to the big things of, oh, I must get deployed or I must be on operations to have an impact. Being at a simple planning conference, being at this symposium, attending and learning and educating yourself, as Ma'am rightfully said, is all part of the learning journey, and regardless of rank or experience. I think it's my
in my experience, being a woman is no guarantor that someone gets this perspective. Not at all. It's the folks who have done things, who have seen when it goes wrong, when things are not applied in the proper way, especially special forces and anyone who has been in a Hatter or a NEO or any other sort of deep operation where you're dealing with human beings who are not your own. They are the people who get this immediately because they understand the advantage that these perspectives have in terms of planning to make sure it doesn't go wrong next time, and also intelligence to make sure you have the right information for your planning, and then in the execution and the follow-on. We want to reduce the collateral as we follow on, and it's the operators who get it best. The people who I would suggest that you not target it going forward from here, but it's the senior enlisted leaders, the C-cells. Pay attention and understand and go after the C-cells and the NCOs. Those are the people who really drive culture and behavior in the forces, and they understand full well for being on the ground how important these issues are.
I would just add that really training is so important, and training is a mechanism that we all understand in the military is how we learn to do our job or how we become better. And I think the more that you saturate your population with training on what WPS is and how you can apply it, then that's the basis for their individual life experience of what it is. All of us approach a new topic based upon our lived experiences. And if we influence those experiences, that gets you on the way then to institutionalizing this capability.
Thank you. I think, we have one more question. Yes, sir, please. We have two. Yes. We take time to warm up, Malaysians.
Good morning. My name is Brigadier General Muhammad Kamel from Puspanas. To all speakers, I have two questions actually, but this is a very subjective question. To what extent should women participate in terms of human security, protection, prevention, relief and recovery in the military be viewed as a form of soft power rather than a core contributor to combat effectiveness and operational capability? Your comment. My second question is, I'm very interested in the statement, a peace without woman is not a complete peace. Anybody can comment this statement? Thank you.
So soft power is not soft at all. It's just analysis of a human domain or terrain or environment or whatever you want to call it. And it has very hard consequences if you get it wrong. So, you know, sometimes the solution doesn't have to be kinetic. It can be diplomatic. If you bring as many diverse perspectives to your team and your planning, instead of just one singular perspective or, you know, experience, you're going to get a better result because you're considering all the factors. We wouldn't even be here if we were considering weather. I look upon this as like the weather. It is. And you just need to know it and predict it to be able to affect a good outcome.
Bapak, peace without woman is not a complete peace. Is it our Vietnamese
Yes,
counterpart?
yes, that's what.
In my opinion, Bapak, if we involve women in the area, I'm talking about based on my experience in social conflicts, Pak. Which involving them, the local women who are the victim of the situation, there will be no lasting peace. Saya pakai ibu kota, ibu negara. That's in bahasa like there only capital city is ibu kota, not bapak kota. Jadi ibu perempuan has more important function in keeping the peace. That's my opinion ya Bapak. Nanti kita diskusi di luar kalau belum ini.
Excellent answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. One last question, sir. Please. Thank you. Sir, can you use the mic in front, please? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. The quick one. My name is Commander Mazlan from Puspanas. My question is specifically for Commander Shannon. Ma'am, thank you for your insight presentation. I'm interested to your slide on human domain conceptualization. So from your WPS perspective, how can the human domain be better integrated into security approaches, particularly in addressing cyber-enabled influence operation that target different segments of society? Thank you.
You should not have taken that question. That's okay. Very quickly, we are trying to best determine how to describe what WPS is, you know, because there's considerations. You know, when we're writing the directive, we're like, what is this thing we're talking about? Because some of the things are very physical, like CRSV. It's a physical thing. You know, recruiting of young men in the virtual realm is very much an info operations, you know, thing. How do we consider all of this together? You don't. You have to mainstream it and put it in the appropriate commands that deal with the particular domains. But as we were discussing with our colleagues yesterday, you know, the maritime domain is not a singular place that we conduct operations. You know, maritime operations are multi-domain ops. WPS is an enabler and a capacity and a capability within all of the multi-domain operations that we're dealing with. So stay tuned. We're writing the doctrine now and trying to figure this out. And I'd love your input. How's that?
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to hear all of you speakers here today. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Malaysian Armed Forces. I now conclude our sharing session. MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you, Major Dr. Ashwin, for the fruitful and interactive session just now. Now we'd like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Major General Dato' Indra Zahari bin Muhammad Arifin, the Assistant Chief of Staff, Personnel Services of the Malaysian Armed Forces Headquarters, to present mementos.
And gentlemen, while we await for the next session, we kindly request your cooperation again to take part in the validation for the experience exchange session just now. The QR code is as displayed on the main screen as well on the tables. It's placed on your table. It gives access to relevant materials pertaining to the session just now and for you to submit your feedback as well as your inputs accordingly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, time now is 11:15. We will now proceed for a short 15-minute break. And the next, we will reconvene in the ballroom at 11:30 hour for our next session. Thank you.
Test my 1, 2. Test my 1, 2. Test. Hello, test my 1, 2. Test my 1, 2. Test my. Hello. Test my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello. Test my 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, test my 1, 2. Test my 1, 2. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Aina naik sikit ni. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Test mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Aina naikkan yang ni sikit ni. Aina. Test mic. Test mic. 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test. Hello, test mic 1, 2. Aina naikkan ni Aina. Test mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request all participants to proceed to the ballroom as we will commence the next segment shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now continue with the operationalization of women, peace and security. For that, to share on the Malaysian perspective, we would like to invite Colonel Dr. Muhammad Izzuan Hussein, Commanding Officer of Gemas Army Hospital, to navigate the discussion. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Building on the earlier session on international experience exchange, where we explore key lessons and practical gaps in WPS implementation, the next presentation brings that conversation closer to home. This session offers a snapshot on how the Malaysian Armed Forces are translating WPS principles into real operational setting. Together with us today, Commander Nohasram binti Muhammad Moharami joined from the Royal Malaysian Navy. She joined the Navy in 1995 and has built a strong career across key operational and administrative roles, particularly in logistics, human resource management, and fleet operation. Commander Nasram has also gained valuable international exposure through peacekeeping mission in Lebanon, as well as participation in various United Nations-related training, seminars, and exercises, including humanitarian assistance, disaster response, and gender-focused operation. Currently, she serves as Staff Officer 1 for Policy and Planning in Human Resource. Commander Nohasram is a graduate of a Malaysian Armed Forces Staff College and holds a Master of Management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commander Nohasram.
Thank you, sir, for the welcoming remarks. Before I proceed, allow me to excuse my upset, my setup, because just for everyone information, I'm currently transitioning into another phase of my career. Inshallah, we'll soon obtain my commander retirement, which is just around the corner. Distinguished guests, speakers, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me to speak today and for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on the Malaysian Armed Forces mission snapshot with such a distinguished guest. I truly appreciate
the effort the committee has put into making this event possible. Today, I will be speaking on the application of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in the Malaysian Armed Forces. Over the next 20 minutes, I will cover Malaysian commitments, the role of Malaysian Armed Forces, mission snapshot, challenges, and recommendations. The aim of my presentation is to highlight the implementation of WPS agenda in peacekeeping operation, with a specific focus on our mission in Lebanon. The key question is, are the Malaysian Armed Forces actively engaging with the WPS agenda in alignment with the National Action Plan on WPS? I hope the session today will provide valuable insight and add meaning to your time. Next, please. Distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we have listened to speakers from diverse perspectives on how women, peace and security agenda can influence the way military operate. Understanding the agenda is crucial as every individual possesses different skills, knowledge, and needs. As commanders, officers, and ratings, it is our responsibility to recognize these differences and empower each member to perform at their very best. Women, Peace and Security Agenda, established under the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 in year 2000, emphasizes the importance of gender perspective. It treats gender equality as essential, not as a secondary issue. The agenda calls upon the government and civil society to ensure that women's experiences, needs, and leadership are taken into account in shaping lasting peace. Peace and security cannot be achieved by excluding qualified personnel. Today's organization challenges require military organizations to transform into agile forces. With the development of future assets and the shaping of future forces, Malaysian Armed Forces must rely on competent and skilled personnel to meet operational demands, and this includes both men and women. Next, please. Let us revisit the beginning of WPS agenda in Malaysia. Our first National Action Plan was launched on 9 September 2025, developed a year earlier in collaboration with Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. These milestones reflect Malaysia's clear commitment to the global peace framework. The plan identifies 4 focus areas, calling the governments, ministries, and agencies to act. This initiative aim to embed the WPS agenda into organizational structures. Within the Malaysian Armed Forces, the Women's Development Committee is driving internal policies to strengthen the implementation. Yet, among the 4 pillars, the first remains the greatest challenge. Convincing leadership and ensuring integration requires persistent effort and vision. Without a designated body to lead the policy development, progress risks slowing. A comprehensive study is essential to place the right people in the right roles. In short, Malaysia has taken bold steps forward, but the journey continues. The success of the WPS agenda in the Malaysian Armed Forces depend on the strong leadership, clear policies, and unwavering commitment to inclusivity and equality. Next. Now, let us take a look to the main role of Malaysian Armed Forces. As laid out in the Defence White Paper, Malaysian Armed Forces are entrusted with 2 major roles, primary and secondary role. The primary role mainly conducting traditional military operation to protect and safeguard national sovereignty and its interests, while secondary role are focused on military operation other than war, mainly humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, civil-military coordination, and peacekeeping operation. Currently, women participation are likely active, performing secondary role, where a huge number of women are recorded participate in peacekeeping operation and civil military coordination. Nevertheless, women participation in combat duty are seen too small compared to combat support duty. There are many factors contributes to this statistic, but from my point of view, suitability of the job, operational requirement, and the current policies imposed by services which put the numbers low. For an example, availability of platform to deploy women for combat duty are limited. Taking consideration welfare, well-being of women, and also the duration of tour of duty are taken into account before the human resource manager can deploy women on board ship. At present, women constitute 6.8% of the total strength of the Malaysian armed forces. This figure significantly lower than the quota outlined in the midterm review of the Defence White Paper in 2025, which is set target of 15%. The role of women in the Malaysian armed forces is largely concentrated in administrative, financial, logistic, combat support, and service support functions. Currently, only the Royal Malaysian Navy and the Royal Malaysian Air Force have female personnel actively serving in combat roles according to their specialization. Meanwhile, the Malaysian Army has female personnel with combat specialization, but they are not actively deployed. The pilot project for this initiative has been also discontinued by the Malaysian Army. Now I will speak about the mission-specific aspect of peacekeeping operation. In many conflict areas, women and girls are the most vulnerable to various forms of violence. However, this does not mean that men and boys are not vulnerable as well. Please look at the picture shown on the screen. What are the security risks can occur, and how might they impact the protection of those in need? As commander, what is your consideration in ensuring operational effectiveness? How can improvement be made, and where does the WPS agenda fit into this situation? These are the kind of questions that may arise during the planning process. As commanders and operational staff, what action must you take to integrate the WPS agenda effectively? What is the best decision you can make to ensure operational effectiveness? Every peacekeeping mission in conflict area carries its own mandate based on the local situation. In general, most peacekeeping operations worldwide include the WPS agenda as priority. The presence of peacekeepers is primarily to protect and assist local authorities in developing socio-economic and political stability. Accordingly, the role of Malaysian Armed Forces in peacekeeping mission, whether as a military observers, staff officers, and contingents, is to carry out military operations based on the three priorities: protection, prevention, monitoring, and reporting. Each priority involves specific operational tasks during the planning process, where every task must take into account the WPS agenda and gender perspective, in line with the mandate that has been established. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let me brief you a snapshot of mission in Lebanon. Malaysian Armed Forces mission in Lebanon operate under the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, mandated by UNSCR 1701, to monitor the cessation of hostility between both parties involved. Malaysian Armed Forces has participated in this mission since 2008, and to date, 17,150 personnel have been involved, including 760 women. Currently, 532 Malaysian Armed Forces personnel are deployed, of which 57 are women. Women serving in Lebanon are primarily assigned duties based on their area of specialization. Over the past decade, female personnel in UNIFIL have also taken on combat-related roles such as joint patrols, market walks, and community engagement walks. This initiative, introduced by UNIFIL headquarters, aim to integrate the WPS agenda into the daily operation. To meet this requirement, Malaysian Armed Forces has made adjustment to training programs for female peacekeepers to ensure they are fully prepared for operational tasks and deployment. In implementing the WPS agenda within the UNIFIL mission, Malaysian Battalion has consistently taken a proactive approach by diversifying its battalion activities and operation. In addition to participating in programs organized by UNIFIL headquarters, Malaysian Battalion also organized various outreach initiatives to add value to the execution of military operations. These include educational programs, engagement sessions with local communities, and joint training with local authority. Most of these activities involve female personnel, as women peacekeeper has full access to local communities. Indirectly, such programs enable the battalion to gather valuable data that can be used to plan appropriate military operations. In the current conflict situation in Lebanon, reliable data is crucial to ensure the continuity and effectiveness of the operation. In line with the global and national implementation of the WPS agenda, the Malaysian Armed Forces have adopted several approaches to integrate WPS principle into military operations. The effectiveness of this effort can be observed through peacekeeping landscape, where the application of WPS agenda are taken into account in many peacekeeping activities such as engagement sessions with local authorities, comprehensive training structures, gender awareness programs, systematic operational planning, and various other initiatives. However, within the context of Malaysian Armed Forces core operation, training, and exercises, the integration of WPS agenda has not yet demonstrated significant effectiveness or impact. Operational planning often objective-driven rather than outcomes, resulting in limited attention to the integration of WPS principle into military operation. The integration of WPS agenda has significantly enhanced operational effectiveness. Peacekeeping missions are not solely focused on conflict prevention and monitoring, but may also be mandated to build capacity of local communities. In Lebanon, for instance, beyond the mandate, Malaysian Armed Forces has assisted the local population in strengthening community resilience and sustainability. The integration of WPS agenda has brought clear improvements in many aspects. For example, knowledge, where the knowledge sharing that we conduct, and the exchange of knowledge between locals and also the peacekeeper. Trust, by winning the minds and the heart and minds of local people through any programs that engage both parties. Safety and security, while the military organization providing protection to the locals. Socio-economic through education and opportunity given. Capacity building through training for the authority. Networking that being engaged through the key leadership engagement. From my personal experience, women participation in Malaysian Battalion operation has had a positive impact in many aspects. In addition to strengthening relationships with local communities, female personnel are often regarded as a role model for women in Lebanon. Reflecting on my time serving there, I observed that the Lebanese Armed Forces were reluctant to accept women in military service. Cultural factors and stereotyping remain major barriers, preventing women in Lebanon from joining the armed forces. Although the integration of WPS agenda can be considered successfully implemented in UNIFIL peacekeeping operation, challenges still exist. Based on my personal experience serving with Malaysian Battalion 580-5, as well as my observation in the subsequent Malbat operation, I believe that the level of openness within the Malaysian Armed Forces toward the WPS agenda remains relatively low among leadership at different levels. There are situations where decisions made do not favor female personnel, and at times limitations are imposed solely based on perception or assumption. During my deployment, female peacekeeper was restricted to administrative and logistic duties. Limitation was imposed to female personnel from performing operational tasks. My personal view, the decision made somehow has limited female capability. Again, managing perception is therefore one of the greatest challenges faced by women serving in peacekeeping operation. Other than challenge, they also give an impact to their operational duty in UNIFIL, includes less opportunity for leadership role due to the limitation on the combat duty role. A small number of personnel for rotation. Culture barrier involves family and social interactions among the personnel. Training gaps to prepare female for combat duty. Suitability can be questioned. Right personnel for the right task. Despite the challenges highlighted earlier, I firmly believe that there are always ways and means to bring about change and improvement. To ensure that the WPS agenda can be fully implemented within the Malaysian Armed Forces, whether in mission or any operational environment, here are my recommendations. To leverage women's network to develop their capabilities and prepare them for leadership roles. Build trust and enhance capacity through a systematic training structure and a proactive approach. Improve operational effectiveness by developing policies and doctrines that address the WPS agenda and promote gender mainstreaming. Distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my presentation, I strongly urge my fellow colleagues and audience to learn and embrace the WPS agenda wholeheartedly. This is not a propaganda effort to promote women in military. Rather, it is an obligation to make the armed forces a stronger and more effective organization. By doing so, we as a military commanders will be better prepared to face future security threats. Finally, security is not built on tradition. It is built on performance. Women have met the standard, borne the cost, and proved their values in combat and command. Excluding them from the critical roles does not protect the force, but it degrades it. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's open the floor for questions. Any questions? All right, let me begin, ma'am. The way we traditionally look at the Malaysian Armed Forces is in three broad groups, whether we are in combat or combat support or combat service support. So those three groups are distinct to us, what we are familiar with. And the way I see most of the women are in either, mostly are in combat service support.
Yes.
How do you take this branding, we call it, these three branding and WPS, because the women are, between these three groups, they are not superior from one to another, because they have, every group have their distinct role. So how do you see, I mean, I'm interested when you say in Navy and the Air Force, there are a group of females, they are carrying combat roles. So yeah, can you comment more on that?
Yeah, this is my personal view. Of course, female are much more involved in administrative and combat support and combat service role. But however, the requirement for the female to be included into this operational requirement is crucial. Why is it so? Because for the Navy and the Air Force, of course, we have a platform. As long you are skilled, you are trained, you are ready to be deployed with the asset. It's totally different with the Malaysian Army because your infantry is your big asset. Rather than that, the other corps is basically in support to the infantry role. So for the Malaysian, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember which year is that. We have a few female personnel being trained, become paratroopers. But this is actually a pilot project. But somehow, a few years later, the pilot project have been discontinued. The issue is there is no such evidence, or maybe a discussion around the table which involve female to participate in the discussion to highlight why the program is failed. We fail to address the issue. We basically we don't declare why is it failed. Is it because female not competent to perform a paratroopers role, or because of other issues? But from my experience, most of the time, people always put excuse before the execution. Before we execute, we start giving an excuse. You can't go there because who will take care of your family? Who will look after your children and so on before we've been deployed? So these are the things that become, the limitation which female cannot fully utilize their capability. So in combat service support and also the combat support, most of these traits, they are specialized and very skilled into their work. Whereas in combat role, flexibility is there. It has to be, of course, you need to be trained in order for you to perform, but somehow or other, there is extra thing that you have to put in effort, and your effort to make sure that you be able to compete or standing at par with your male counterpart. So that is my views.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience and opinion. Questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, ma'am.
Actually, maybe the question's not coming. Of course, I'll be talking about mission snapshot, but I opened the question. Nothing got to do with the mission, the presentation that I have presented just now. Any question that you think about the WPS agenda, because I've been in this area of expertise for quite some time, and I'm happy to share my experience and my knowledge to all the commanders at the back for you to, to open up for this implementation of WPS agenda.
Thank you, Commander Hasram. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Commander Nazra Muhammad Darus from Women Affairs in RMN section. So I got two questions I want to pose to you. The first one is maybe your opinion about this. How can military leadership ensure that women are not only included in peacekeeping operation, but also been given meaningful roles that influence decision making and mission successful? And also the other question, the second question from me is, in the context of a woman, peace and security, how does the inclusion of women military personnel in peacekeeping operation enhance mission effectiveness, and what concrete step can our leadership, to take and ensure their roles are very meaningful and very impactful in the operation? Thank you.
Okay, for the first questions, it's about, I can't remember it. Can you repeat?
It's about the decision making.
Decision making and to get the female to involve in operation,
Top
right?
post, yeah.
Yes, to support. Okay, the thing is, the most important thing is opportunity. We want the opportunity. If the leadership doesn't give that opportunity, it's very hard for the female to prove themselves. By giving opportunities, of course, there will be a step to measure whether she can do it or she can't. So this is important. So this is what happened when, like I said just now, it's always be an excuse in front of the education. When we want this, oh, you cannot do this. Like I said, people will give an excuses to avoid giving opportunity. So in order to make sure that to make female meaningful participation in any military operations is by giving a chance. I give you an example. Navy, at one time, we have a female officers want to join the aviation in the Royal Malaysian Navy. She passed the aptitude test, but somehow or other, she will not given opportunity to continue with the training. Reason being, there will be an issue of deployment. The aviation, the aviation in the Navy, we have assigned attachment to ship when we are deployed. If we have a female pilot, where this female pilot want to take a nap, where should we put her when we deploy them on board ship or specific tasks? Because in the Royal Malaysian Navy, we also have a limited ships that be able to carry aircraft on board. So these are the things that the excuses given. Probably it's very hard for me to say excuses. I believe most of the Navy also will have a, but this is a reality of it. Because if you don't give opportunity, there will be no way for us to move forward to make sure that meaningful participation in military operation. And for the question number 2, Commander Nazra, it's about the peacekeeping operation, right? Okay. To be honest, based on my own experience, WPS agenda was, is really regarded in this peacekeeping operation. Wherever our soldiers or our personnel being deployed in mission area, there will be no exclusion for them to understand this WPS agenda. As for now, I've been presented on this the role of Malaysian officers. At Malaysian forces level, we perceive peacekeeping operation is only a secondary duty. But we required female participation just to fulfill the obligation to the national network. So it's our obligation to fulfill the requirement of the mandates to have a female and to operate together in the mission, peacekeeping mission. So meaningful participation for female in mission area shouldn't be any problem. It's highly regarded. And it's just the challenges that we have is our female, not many or not all of them were trained to have a combat duty roles. For example, for contingents, we do have a pre-deployment training for almost 4 months prior to deployment. So any female peacekeeper who join this mission, of course, they have already equipped with all the knowledge, skills to perform their duty when they've been deployed. Whereas for the military observer, they don't have opportunity to be to train in terms of combat role. But what happened when they were deployed in the mission area, they learn by themselves. They push themselves to make sure that they are able to perform effectively in the mission area. So for our leadership is the best way of regard the female meaningful participation is to give a chance wherever we operate within our international, our internal military operation. This is where we can, because in mission area, they have already set the standard. What need to be done? What are the things that they have to do? But within our context, Malaysian Armed Forces context, we don't have that kind of SOPs to determine how we want to do things effectively and meaningful participation for female.
All right, Commander Nasam, let me pause you there for a moment because I think because of time, I'll try to summarize what we have discussing. So we clearly see that WPS in Malaysia is not just a concept. It's already happening on the ground through real mission and real responsibilities as shared by Commander Asram through her presentation. The Malaysian Armed Forces experience show that when women are integrated into planning, logistic, administration, and operational roles, it directly enhances mission effectiveness and strengthen the engagement on the ground. The thing that we need to consider about is to continue this effort and increase the numbers and participation of women. With that, let us thank Commander Nostrum in the usual manners for presentation. I will now give back to the MC.
Thank you, Colonel Dr. Izwan, for the wrap-up. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now like to invite Colonel Dr. Siti Nordiana Dola. The program code for us to get your feedbacks and for you to access relevant materials to the discussion just now while we await for the next session. Thank you.
Looks like someone's ready to go back. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, onwards is the third plenary session for the symposium, emphasizing on partnerships and sustainability that requires strong collaboration and long-term institutional structures with lasting impact built through partnerships, continuous learning, and sustained institutional commitment. Breaking down this topic, please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Razni Shauna Abdul Razak to moderate the session. Ma'am, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall delay the session for a bit because our speaker is at washroom. So
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants. This is our final session before lunch, so please bear with us. Okay, so I'm Lieutenant Colonel Razni Shauna Abdul Razak, dietitian for the Malaysian Armed Forces. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to today's session titled Lessons from Women, Peace and Security Implementation in Asia. We are honored to have with us our distinguished speaker, Dr. Natalie Sambi, who also speaks French, Indonesian, Japanese, German, and understands Malay. Okay, jangan ngumpat Okay. A leading analyst, okay,
a leading analyst on Southeast Asian security and civil-military relations with long list of publications, awards, grants, and affiliations, namely Australian War College and Deakin University in Canberra and Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. She is the founder and executive director of Verve Research. It is an independent multidisciplinary think tank focused on understanding the relationship between militaries and societies in Southeast Asia. She brings both policy and practical insight into how we can strengthen women's participation and leadership in security. Specifically to the Malaysian Armed Forces Defence College, back in 2021, Dr. Natalie has also explored civil-military dynamics in maritime Southeast Asia, including Indonesia's maritime militia in contested waters like the South China Sea. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Natalie Sambi. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia, Lieutenant General Liz Purgong, Brigadier General Dato' Fazila Abdullah, Brigadier General Nomar binti Haji Samsuri, para pegawai dan hadirin sekalian. Terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih banyak atas jemputan ini. Saya amat berbesar hati dapat bersama anda semua ini, khususnya sebagai seseorang yang mempunyai hubungan pribadi dengan Malaysia. Terima kasih banyak. With your kind permission, I'll continue my presentation in English. So I come before you today not as a practitioner, but as an observer and a researcher of WPS within Southeast Asia. So my presentation today is informed largely by research and the very generous input of practitioners like yourselves. Now, we've talked a lot about why WPS is important. My presentation would like to focus much more on the how. But before I do that, I would like to just take a quick regional snapshot. Since we are celebrating the launch of Malaysia's NAP, I would like to have a look at where Malaysia sits relative to the rest of Southeast Asia. So just to confirm, across our region, we actually have 6 national action plans covering the Philippines, Indonesia, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, Malaysia, and most recently Thailand, who launched theirs in December. While countries like Cambodia don't officially or have not yet officially launched their national action plan, as chair of ASEAN, they have played an instrumental role in elevating and emphasizing WPS. First and foremost, it was under Cambodia's chairmanship that ASEAN as a regional body launched their regional plan of action on women, peace and security. They were also responsible for the launch of a localization toolkit for the regional plan of action, ensuring that the ASEAN level instrument would be applicable to each local consideration. And of course, they also founded an ASEAN advisory group on women, peace and security in 2023. So when we look at the region as a whole, 54% of ASEAN states have a national action plan on women, peace and security, but crucially, 87% of Southeast Asia's population is covered by those national action plans. And just quickly to give you a snapshot of where we are at a region in terms of progress on national action plans, the Philippines was not only the first Southeast Asian country to introduce a NAP, it was the first not only the first Southeast Asian country, the first Asia-Pacific country to do so, and is currently on its 4th iteration. The Regional Action Plan on WPS is important because it sets a regional benchmark, and I would separate the development of these national action plans into 2 groups. You can see the early adopters there, Philippines, Indonesia, and Timor-Leste, and then after the Regional Action Plan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, and Cambodia is currently in development. So there is a symbiosis and an importance there between the development of regional level instruments and the encouragement and the framework provided for national action plans as well. I think there is something important to just note about this regional level development. And I think the first is that there is momentum within the ASEAN states to institutionalize women, peace and security, and that's a positive thing. The institutionalization of WPS and working together with the national action plans gives Southeast Asian states greater opportunities for ASEAN context cooperation, particularly within the sectoral bodies within ASEAN, and I'll talk a little bit more about their work in a second, but certainly coordination and sharing of lessons learned, particularly in forums such as these. Last but not least, like I said, while some countries do not have a national action plan, there is a unique opportunity for countries like Malaysia was last year, as their time as chair, to really shape a WPS agenda and to encourage, for instance, as the current chair of the Philippines is doing under their secretary, who's pictured Secretary, Foreign Secretary Lazara, to really push a feminist foreign policy agenda, also issues of women, peace and security as part of their chairmanship term. Now, there are gaps within ASEAN, and we note obviously the current conflicts that are going on in Myanmar make this quite difficult. And so it's critical that regional bodies like ASEAN continue to shine a light on WPS and continue to find ways to coordinate where national governments may not, but to coordinate perhaps at subnational level, particularly with community, civil society organizations as well. So just setting that aside at the regional level. Looking again in terms of implementation of WPS across Southeast Asia, I just want to highlight a little bit about participation within UN peacekeeping operations. We've heard a lot about the involvement of countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Cambodia, but I would like to just give you a snapshot of where we sit against UN targets for gender participation. And you can see there, while I've only given the percentages, in some instances where we've got military experts and staff officers, some of the percentages are quite high. You can see Thailand there, the involvement is 61%, but the absolute numbers are only 2 or 3. So it's easy to reach those targets. But having said that, it's really the troops' contribution, that interface between personnel and the community, I think, which is critical. Some of our Southeast Asian states are meeting those targets. Cambodia has well exceeded that, but there's still room to grow. And we'll talk about what the difficulties are in order to attain that minimum 15% that's set as a 2028 target. And this is data that's current as of January this year. So one of the things I wanted to highlight is we've heard a lot in the last 2 days about the need for there to be more women in the military, need to be more recruitment, more retention, and more women's representation of leadership. Now, we've heard that as a refrain, and I would like to drill down a little bit more specifically about why this has been so difficult in Southeast Asian militaries and how we might seek to move forward in addressing this. So I recently completed this piece of research. It was published in June last year, and it was sponsored by the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation with the support of the Australian government as well. Sectoral bodies like ASEAN IPR are crucial for advancing a WPS agenda, and the kind of research and activities they hold may not gain as much traction as some of the big event ASEAN events, but they are certainly important in terms of substance, as well as bringing together both militaries, other agencies of government, and crucially civil society organizations as well. But in short, this piece of research was important because as part of the Regional Plan of Action on Women, Peace and Security, one of the areas identified that was lacking was an understanding and data. And so this piece of research, in alignment with the RP and WPS, sought to address that, as well as giving us a more nuanced understanding about why women were lacking in representation of military leadership. So the aim of my report was really to understand that context. So to talk a little bit how I did that, it was through a lot of interviews with military officers, particularly in 6 countries: Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand. I note that this was not comprehensive. At the time, I was not allowed to conduct any research with the military in Myanmar for obvious political reasons, but I chose those countries in terms of accessibility and to give us a sufficient spread across different political systems, different kinds of religious constraints, different kinds of socio-economic dynamics as well. So the point of this research was to try and find some sort of comparative baseline between Southeast Asian countries. I spoke to commission officers of high rank. Now, I put that in inverted commas because what is considered high rank in one military is not the same as in another. If I take the example of the Brunei military, their CDF equivalent is only at the brigadier rank. And so a colonel rank in the brigadier, in the Bruneian army is considered very senior, whereas in other militaries where you have a large number of colonels, say in the Cambodian army, for instance, I would be looking more at the 1-star and above as well. So trying to find some sort of standardization is another issue when we're talking about women in the military. Do we share the same language about what representation means? So that was one of the questions that was brought up by this piece of research as well. Now, as I was trying to investigate why we had such variable experiences, why there was not a lot of women represented in leadership, I not only spoke to women, I also spoke to men, because I had to find out what were the perceptions of women in leadership. And so talking to both gave me a bit more of a comprehensive picture as well. And while I've listed only 15 interviews there, which is a limited number in terms of sample space, I spoke to a lot more military personnel, many of whom did not wish to be on the record, many of whom gave me private anecdotes and private information who were not included in this study. And although the data collection finished sometime in early 2025, I've had lots of conversations with women since then, not just within Southeast Asian militaries, but militaries in the Indo-Pacific and militaries in Europe in order to get a sense of, are these experiences unique to Southeast Asia or are they unique to women in military leadership worldwide? So I did find I have some key findings that are specific to women in Southeast Asia. And if we're to look at representation of women in military higher echelons, we have to understand what some of the fundamental issues are. And the fundamental issues are a lack of a talent pool to begin with. So do we have sufficient amounts of recruitment within the military and retention for there to be promotion to higher leadership? So this study necessarily had to start at the very beginning. And part of what I found in some of these Southeast Asian militaries is that military academies are not open to women. And military academies, particularly in the Southeast Asian context, were a crucial foundation for allowing women to promote. And there are reasons for that. One is that because it's a requirement for promotion in certain militaries in Southeast Asia. The second is, for instance, in the Indonesian military, your graduating class is a necessary springboard for your advancement. There is an informal idea that when you advance, you take your batchmates with you. Women who are excluded from these kinds of opportunities do not have a batch who are going to pull them along. And so they're particularly in the case of the Indonesian military or other militaries where it's closed, these women are already at a disadvantage. There are other issues to do with retention. There has been maybe a lack of access to courses. There is a preference there for men to take these kinds of courses, or even when women have excelled on them, the results have not been considered and they've been overlooked for promotion. I'll get to the fundamental question of that in a moment. There's also an encouragement of women, as has been talked about already, to move into gendered roles within the military. And we'll talk about combat in a second, but in particular, there was a persistent perception that women were well suited to administration, that they belonged in specialized corps, in which they excelled, but they were not encouraged to apply for other parts of the military as well, what we term in the academic language as a pink ghetto. There are other more important practical considerations as well. I think none of this will be of surprise to all of you, but the critical part was actually putting it down into a report. And that's because women are largely considered to be responsible, particularly in a Southeast Asian context, for care responsibilities, not just for children, but for elderly parents and maybe for disabled family members as well. As much as militaries in the region had tried to adapt to find good working balances and provide childcare services, whether on base or near base, this was still a challenge for women because there was still not a burden sharing between the couple. In some very exceptional cases, men did assist, but it was not really the norm. And so that was an uneven finding between my data as well. One important thing that I don't think we've talked about at length is the experience of gender-based violence and sexual harassment in the military. And that's a very tricky one in certain militaries to talk about it because it's a taboo. But it certainly had an influence on women's interest in staying in the military and therefore has a direct impact not only on perceptions of joining, so the recruitment element, but certainly the retention element. And one of the proposed means of addressing that is ensuring that women have access to be able to talk about their experiences and to be able to share those experiences in a safe fashion. But crucially is the ability for militaries to hold their military members to account. And so these are the kinds of mechanisms that if we are to look holistically about women's participation and therefore promotion, that have to be addressed in a very candid manner. And some of these things will take time, but they can be done. Last but not least, an informal barrier for women to get promoted is the idea of having this operational experience. I think Colonel Ratti spoke about this, that the experience of being on peacekeeping operations sometimes gave women an invaluable element to be able to be considered for promotion. Now, where women have to ask family members or their husbands for the right to go on peacekeeping operations, that can also act as a barrier. So again, it's trying to understand within your own personnel what are the barriers that exist, whether formal or informal, and trying to address them one by one. So just to go quickly on the participation rates, one of the challenges of this report I really found was finding data Unlike the Australian Defence Force that provides publicly available data on recruitment and numbers, these were the participation numbers that I found, and they were very, very patchy over the years, as you can see there. So we are working with very low numbers in certain militaries and higher numbers, around 17% of the Thai military. But again, these are difficult numbers to really verify because they're not produced in any systematic fashion. So data collection, I think, is something that we can work on much more. To continue with my findings, I've talked a little bit about recruitment and retention. I want to talk about the experience now of women within leadership. Particularly in the Malaysian Armed Forces, you have several women who are already 1-star and above. And in Cambodian military, same. But I want to talk about the importance of where these women are located within the military. When I say to people, do you have women in high ranks? Oh, yes, we've got heaps of women, 1-stars, 2-stars, 3-stars, great. But the critical thing is this: where are they relative to power? Are they proximate to key decision-making roles? Do they sit on promotion boards? We've already talked about the importance of diversity in leadership, but the diversity on promotion boards allows the board to be cognizant of other kinds of abilities, skills, and competency that would allow women to be recognized than if they were sitting in front of an all-men board. So allowing women to participate not just within leadership per se, 1-star and above, but in crucial decision-making areas, whether it's finance committees, capability development committees, intelligence committees, and whatnot, is a crucial part of this picture. So where are they proximate to power? And right now, we know that women are not available to take part in certain kinds of roles. I'm going to address the combat issue now. In some militaries, particularly in Southeast Asia, combat roles are not available to women. And this was a key barrier for women's advancement. We've talked about this, the privilege of the infantry or the rifleman as the chief of army, as a fighter jet pilot, as a chief of air force. So there are two ways this can go. Either women are allowed in all combat arms and are supported within their participation, so given adequate protection, facilities, and ability to be able to excel, or we change our ideas of what leadership looks like. And I'll talk about where that's worked in a moment. So what that means is, rather than privileging combat streams in order to become a chief of defense force, a chief of army, or the chief of navy, amongst others, we start to recognize the skills and leadership required to be a leader. So a logistics officer, an intelligence officer, an engineering officer, if they're looked at, if we're truly looking at competencies in leadership, there is no reason why these officers themselves could not be considered for these higher roles. And so we have that in other militaries around the world. Let me just quickly show you here an example from the Australian military. This is the Australian Army, which I would consider to be one of the most conservative and traditional services within our Defence Force. And these are only some of our star-ranked women at present. So in the top left-hand corner, the Regimental Sergeant Major of the Army is a medical corps personnel. Below her, we've got 3-star General, Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, who comes from a logistics background. In the middle, we've got Major General Anna Duncan. She was our first commander of Cyber Command. She's a Signals Corps officer and is currently Forces Commander. And on the right that we've got there, Lieutenant General Susan Coyle, who's, just forgotten, she's currently Chief of Joint Command. And she is considered to be someone who would be a viable candidate, not just for Chief of Army, but Chief of Defence Force. She comes from a signals background as well. So what that means is a recognition in militaries around the world that it is not just a rifleman, your submariner, fighter jet pilot, who is the best kind of leader. There is a recognition that leadership is much more than the job that you've done. It's the job that you're showing, it's the skills, it's the people management, and that has allowed these women to reach these highest echelons of our military as well. So there are two ways that could go within the military. The other one, as was talked about yesterday, is a recognition that in our complex operating environment, that we have more complex emergencies, we have technological advancements, and that women can take roles that don't necessarily involve combat per se, whether they are working as UAV operators or in other kinds of roles that require technology. So reevaluating the needs of the strategic environment might also lead us to question whether or not combat should continue to be privileged as a means of promotion. So I'll leave that for consideration. And the last thing I want to talk about is a sense of meaningful participation. But I just want to show, even in the Australian experience, where we've lifted combat roles, where we've encouraged women to participate in the military for many years. We've had active policies, where we are looking now at non-combat roles as leadership. We are still sitting at 18.5%. I think Lauren had a different statistics, but it's around the same. We are still sitting at about 20%. I think that's important to point out. And that even though we've had combat roles officially open since 2016, we made the announcement in 2011, we still only have around 3% of women participating of combat roles in the army. So we still have a long way to go. But having said that, the women who do put themselves forward, who feel that they are competent enough to do the job, have that pathway available to them as well. The other one I want to highlight quickly is the New Zealand Chief of Army, Major General Rose King, who comes herself from an engineering background as well. So we do see examples of the region of women ascending to these sites. I know in Canada, obviously, your Chief of Defence Staff, General Jenny Carignan, comes from a combat engineer background as well. So we have examples of where this has happened in the past. Now, if we're talking about having enough women from which you can then promote issues of retention and recruitment, I'd like to talk a little bit about meaningful participation. And I want to highlight the case of the Philippines. So the Philippines within Southeast Asia, I know I talked about Australia and New Zealand, but if we're looking at Southeast Asia, the Philippines opened up their military academy in 1993. And in 2024, 7 out of their top 10 graduating cadets of that year were women. And so women are excelling at these different levels of professional military education. And what that's done is just created a pathway for women to excel within the Philippines Armed Forces. It's allowed women to take different kinds of combat roles. And now we've got on the right-hand side, the Philippines Armed Forces spokeswoman is there, who's a colonel as well. From my conversations with women in the Philippines Armed Forces, they expect now, as the result of these 3 decades or so of recognition of women's participation in the military, that they could see a service chief coming from the Army or Air Force who would be a woman. So it's not the case simply that because Australia and New Zealand may be seen as slightly different or outside Southeast Asian culture, there is an example within Southeast Asia where these kinds of policies have led to a change of composition and a change of ideas of leadership as well. So I'll leave that for your consideration as well. There is another principle of how to do this. So changing the requirements at the very outset of recruitment is one, but another concept, which I think Lauren might have talked about, is this idea of critical mass. We heard yesterday that there was an experiment of a woman doctor who was placed together with a battalion. And that experiment didn't particularly go well. I was actually quite interested when I heard that. One woman being put within even a company. The data tells us that when you want to put women in these kinds of roles, you cannot put them alone. There must be at least 2 or 3 women to help support that. And so if we're serious about meaningful participation, the concept of critical mass is one I would like to put forward to you all for consideration. And that means having a threshold, having a minimum number of women to help actually provide durable changes, whether that's within the culture, to form alliances necessary so you have shared experiences, and it could influence the outcome of high-level decisions. Like I said, on promotion boards. In Australia, we have the requirement of 1 woman per promotion board, but I think even that needs to change. We need to have at least a couple to change that decision-making composition. And I just want to give you some examples of the Australian Armed Forces. Here, this is the data from the latest 2025 report. You can see not in every case where we've met the 25% projected target of critical mass. It's difficult. So we have to be cognizant of the fact this may not be possible in every area. But when we look at other kinds of jobs, you can see the ADF has well exceeded that 25%. So we have to ask ourselves as well, is it 25% in every area, or is it 25% in our armed forces overall? Does that provide us the sufficient critical mass to help change the culture, to change the decision-making culture, amongst other things as well? And just as a quick snapshot, they're looking at participation across the 5 Eyes. Of course, Lauren talked about this morning, it's 20.9%. But it's still a mixed picture for different countries within our 5 Eyes arrangement as well. So what's next? So out of the findings, and I know I've summarized a lot of them very quickly here, we would like to revisit recruitment and retention. If you're going to have enough women, a good talent pool of women to promote, you have to have enough women coming through the organization as well. There are other kinds of support structures I would recommend, and that's a retired women senior officers network, and even one amongst NCOs. We spend a lot of time talking about officers, but there's not a lot of research looked into our non-commissioned officer ranks and other ranks as well. We have in Australia a defence alumni network called Ikahan, between the Australian military and the Indonesian military. There might be ways in which we might look at women's networks within that existing framework as well. So we could already leverage on investments that we've got in these terms of this information sharing. But I think the crucial thing is that we are still lacking a lot of data. There's still a need for bodies, sectoral bodies like ASEAN IPR to sponsor us to figure out what's going on between each countries. But that can even start in the level of symposia like this. And so I would definitely encourage you to find mechanisms to have these kinds of conversations and to share data. Last but not least, the national action plans are extremely useful in order for us to assess our progress in terms of benchmarks. And I want to highlight New Zealand's experience really quickly. So New Zealand is currently sitting on their second iteration of the National Action Plan. In between that, there was an implementation plan produced. This was a publicly available document that talked about the benefits and the shortfalls of their National Action Plan and included a section that talked about civil society organisation feedback. So the New Zealand Defence Force was very public about where they did well, where they did wrong, and then included voices from civil society. I would like to ask, to what extent does Malaysia and the Malaysian Armed Forces include voices from civil society organisations to talk about whether or not women, peace and security is reaching, the work of the MAP is actually reaching these organisations? What's their perspective about the National Action Plan about women, peace and security overall? So I just want to highlight New Zealand's work in terms of that holistic engagement. But the other thing I want to come back to, we started talking about national action plans at the beginning of my presentation. Part of the philosophical underpinning of a national action plan, the whole idea of talking about gender and women, is to shine a light on parts of society that have been long excluded from decision-making and power structures. So by continuing to implement the principles of WPS, we are addressing a fundamental question, which is, where does power lie? And that causes us to look again at what are our socio-political and our economic policies that could be more equitable. And so even addressing issues like gender-based violence, the lack of structures of reporting and accountability, why gender-based violence happens in the Malaysian Armed Forces or within society writ large, not only provides a more secure environment for women, but a more secure environment for men as well. Last but not least, I want to impress the importance of a whole of government approach. The Malaysian Armed Forces does not sit in a vacuum. It sits within the broader ecosystem where you work together with the police, with other elements of the judiciary, with other elements, other agencies, fisheries, as Dr. Dee talked about this morning. You sit within an ecosystem not only of security but of policy. If the Malaysian Armed Forces comes prepared to question their own view of women and gender and sits within an ecosystem which is also equally questioning and looking for equitable opportunities for women and gender, these are mutually reinforcing mechanisms. And so the Malaysian Armed Forces will be in an ideal position when talking about issues like counterterrorism to talk to their police counterparts in a way that's gender sensitive and gender relevant as well. So having a Malaysian Armed Forces that is prepared with a WPS lens, with WPS practices, is mutually reinforcing to a whole of society approach. So we're going just beyond numbers and we're going just beyond the map, but looking at WPS in Malaysia as an ecosystem. I do want to highlight before I finish a couple of challenges that we've got to WPS, not only within the MAF, but overall. And one of that are enduring ideas of masculinity and what does masculinity mean in terms of leadership. So I'll just highlight that. That's something that's an ongoing conversation. Where are enduring masculinities not only harmful to women, but harmful to men themselves? The other issue is continuing to look at WPS and GPS more than just gender. The idea of questioning where people who have not traditionally been part of decision-making hierarchies or power in the past doesn't limit us to women. It also asks us to look at the experiences of women or other citizens as a result of their ethnicity. What is the experience, for instance, of Orang Asli women, other than within Peninsular Malaysia? The socioeconomic challenges of certain individuals in society, and particularly women, as they've been trying to access employment amongst others, and variable ability. So to what extent our citizens are considered in terms of opportunities of disability or ability as well. But more importantly and relevant to Southeast Asia is a sense of democratic regression and backlash. Now, this is something that we're experiencing worldwide, but I want to highlight this particularly in Southeast Asia, where we have democratic regression that goes hand in hand with the regression of women's rights. And tangibly, when I look at countries like Indonesia, where you've got a rollback of reproductive rights, the rollback of reproductive rights has a direct link of women's participation in the workforce and the ability to make certain choices and have certain options available to them. And that includes in the Malaysian Armed Forces as well. So it's important for us to be cognizant of how WPS goes hand in hand with political systems and the protection of rights, not just for one group of citizens, but for citizens overall. So the key question I leave with you here is this. We don't just talk about women peace security for the Malaysian Armed Forces just when you go on peacekeeping operations, just when you go on natural disaster responses. It's something that's external and something internal. And more than that, it's not just about what's going on with the MAF, it's what's going on in Malaysia society abroad. How can you have a healthy, mutually reinforcing system that protects rights and provides opportunities for all when you cannot credibly protect women's rights domestically as well? So I think the Malaysian Armed Forces is in a unique position through its WPS agenda, through symposia like this, to shine a light on WPS and have you play a part and have your voice included in a larger conversation about WPS within Malaysian society and within Malaysian government overall as well. So with that, I will look forward to your questions. And terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Natalie, for those insightful remarks. Yeah, very powerful remarks. Completed with data. She's not just talking over the call. She has all the data with her. Okay, so for now, we'll now open the floor for questions.
Selamat tengah hari, Dr. Natalie. I'm Colonel Dr. Siti Salmia, a family physician from the Malaysian Armed Forces. Thank you again for the excellent presentation. In the context of your presentation regarding ASEAN countries, would you think that the ASEAN government would actually emphasize more on the PPS in terms of delivering it at the educational level, at school levels, incorporating younger generations? Because this is very important, because we've been complaining at our level when we are servicing the government, when we are doing our work. But why can't we start at the beginning, at the start of the education among the societies? And this will actually give more openness to all the governments from the higher authority, higher hierarchy to the level of the community and the society, and giving more youngsters the opportunity to excel from the beginning, whether they want to involve in military or in civil society. So that would be my question.
Yes. Thank you very much. Terima kasih atas pertanyaan, Dr. Siti. To Dr. Siti's point about whether this could start much early in our life cycle, I would certainly agree. I think for each Southeast Asian government, though, the narrative around how this is introduced has to be unique. So we may not talk about this, for instance, in primary school education as WPS per se. We may talk about this in terms of skills, competency, contribution to the national life, and what that might look like in Timor-Leste might look very different to what that might look like in Thailand. So I think taking some of a departure point from each country's foundational document, like a constitution, and perhaps even the ASEAN Charter, and looking at language which is suitable to each national context, I think is really important. There's a localization toolkit that I highlighted earlier on one of my slides, which allows us to translate some of the aspirations of the regional plan of action into a local context. Those are really good mechanisms to help governments, not just at the federal level, but even local governments and schools, to think about how we can talk about these principles in a way that is not confrontational, that is not going to be heavily philosophically laden or antagonizing in a way where cultures may not feel that's appropriate. So I think, again, the language that we've had for the last 2 days, this is about skills, competencies, the best contribution, allowing children, boys and girls, to think in those terms rather than just going straight to the WPS GPS agenda might be the most constructive way. Now, that's civilian education. Professional military education, as our Japanese colleague has talked about, Karo Nishida, there's definitely a way to introduce that within professional military education. And I would like to see more of that within Southeast Asia, and that's something that can be shared. But as the question I raised yesterday, our defense organizations are the armed forces, but also the civilians, making sure those two groups are moving side by side, and the Malaysian armed forces are sitting in an environment, a society that's already socialized and primed for talking about contributions, irregardless of gender, I think is a good way. So we have to make sure we look after the military and the civilian actors in that context as well.
Shall we take another question?
Thank you very much, Dr. Natalie, for very insightful sharing. I have actually two questions. This one is, you did a lot of study in terms of retention barriers. So the first one is, what are the common barriers or factors that affect the retention rate among the women in armed forces? The second one is there any platform for the ASEAN or Southeast Asia countries for collaboration of research collecting so far, so that if there are, so that probably it can be a platform for us, like learning from other countries how to do the basic research, or even started with data collection first. Thank you very much.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaan Dr. Diana. So to your first question about common barriers, now this is a bit of a chicken and an egg issue within Southeast Asian militaries. The people I spoke to and the anecdotes that I saw, women did not stay in the military because they didn't feel like there was anywhere to go. That's one issue. So the lack of opportunities for women within militaries was a hindrance for them. They said, well, I've tried so hard on this course and I outstripped my male colleague and he was the one that got promoted. So there are informal unfair practices there which need to be addressed. And again, that comes from a command responsibility down, ensuring that you've got the best person, not your preferred person. And so there are some informal cultural issues there that I found common across the militaries as well. The other issue was a lack of leadership, lack of role models. Because women weren't advancing, there weren't examples of women higher up where people could say, oh, she did it, I could do that too. So it became a mutually negative reinforcing sort of a vicious circle in a way, that because women weren't advancing, younger women were saying, I can't see anybody who looks like me who's gone through this, what's the point? And the care responsibilities was also a challenge as well. So again, there are certain nuances military to military, but it's certainly a question of opening up opportunities. And again, going back to what we've said many times during this symposium, the contributions of women and ensuring that the organization is enhancing their very best and they're not missing out. So in terms of your reporting mechanisms, there is the Beijing Platform for Action, which is a reporting mechanism that all countries provide data on women in their organizations, whether that's military, police, and other elements of their bureaucracies. Now, this is a very patchy reporting mechanism. Different ministries within each country are responsible for that, so the data collection is uneven. The reporting is not always done annually, so some of the data for my report, I had to go and scrape that from various different areas. And so that's a problem, I think, still. ASEAN is trying to find more standardized data. There is talk there of doing more baseline studies, but it's really coming from those ASEAN sectoral bodies, or if not the encouragement of other partner countries who are providing the funding and the initiative for that. So if there was a much more standardized way, it needs to be actually implemented. but put it this way, there's a lot of work to do in terms of us for researchers. So call out to us when you need us.
Good afternoon, doctors. A very heartwarming presentation. I just would like to know, can we access to your research paper? That's number one.
Access what, sorry, pardon?
To your research paper.
Oh, yes.
It's quite very interesting finding. That's number one. Number two, based on your experience and also searching and also compare Malaysia, can we move forward? Do we Malaysian, because we are more traditional society, and even though 10 years ahead, we will still have some restriction because of our religions and also our culture. So what is the best recommendation from you so that we doesn't omit our restriction, but we can move forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your questions, Doctor. Look, it's a difficult one. I will not gloss over the fact that for certain militaries, when I was having this conversation, it felt like the religious and cultural barriers were insurmountable in some cases. There were some conversations I had with people who felt that this could evolve over time. I'll give you an example. It's not the same in terms of socio-religious context, but the Fijian military, when they were introducing women in certain areas of the military where they hadn't before on ships and whatnot, the conversations they had were not just with the women and their families. The conversations they had were with the men and the men's wives to help socialize them. It's a very crude example, but it's one where the conversation really has to be society-wide and in full acknowledgement of what some of the hesitations are. But I want to go back again to the whole idea of what the armed forces are for. The armed forces are for the defense of the nation. And that involves recruiting the best, and it involves recruiting the best in terms of teams, whether they be mixed gender teams. Going back to those requirements will be a starting point through which then you work through issues of culture and religion and say, if we really want to meet this requirement. And by the way, it's not just militaries in Southeast Asia. Some militaries around the world are experiencing shortfalls of recruitment, can't get enough people. Is it the case in the younger generations in Malaysia that they are wanting to serve? Do you have enough talent coming through? So finding ways of addressing this issue. What is the Malaysian Armed Forces that you want for the future? What's the best? And how are we going to maybe evolve some of those sociocultural barriers so you have as many good people coming through is one, but it is a hard one for now. There will be maybe other conditions of warfare in the future, conditions of total people's warfare that might necessitate conditions of cohabitation amongst others. And so while that's an extreme case, it can be a good prompt to have that conversation. You know, under what conditions would we be willing to accept difficult choices about men and women? What is in the best national interest, and what might be in alignment and respectful with religious beliefs as well? But it is a tricky one to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natalie, for sharing your expertise and insight. And thank you to our audience for your thoughtful questions and engagement. I believe this session has provided valuable perspectives and engagement in this space. Please join me in thanking our speaker once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Razni. We now would like to invite Brigadier General Dr. Norma binti Samsuri, the chairperson of Mafis 2026, to present a memento to the speaker, Dr. Natalie Sami from Australia. Please welcome. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, before we usher you to lunch, as previous, QR code, please. All right, the QR code is now being displayed. Please scan, submit your feedbacks, access your relevant materials, and we kindly invite you for lunch. And then we will reconvene at 1400 hours for our next session, a practical brief, and subsequently the closing of Mafis 2026. So thank you. Have a good lunch and see you at 1400. Thank you.
If I If all of the kings had their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. Can't live without me. You wanna If all of the kings had their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. Can't live without me. You wanna
badan, saya pilih Panaflex. Cepat bertindak, tahan lama, Panaflex boleh.
Jenuh aku mendengar manisnya kata cinta, lebih baik sendiri. Bukannya sekali, sering ku mencoba, namun ku gagal lagi. Mungkin nasib ini suratan tanganku, harus tabah menjalani. Jauh sudah langkahku menyusuri hidupku yang penuh tanda tanya. Kadang hati bimbang menentukan sikapku, tiada tempat mengadu. Hanya iman di dada yang membuatku mampu selalu tabah menjalani. Malam-malam aku sendiri tanpa cintamu lagi. Hanya satu keyakinanku, bintang kan bersinar menerpa hidupku, bahagia kan datang. Jenuh aku mendengar manisnya kata cinta, lebih baik sendiri. Bukannya sekali, sering ku mencoba, namun ku gagal lagi. Hanya iman di dada yang membuatku mampu selalu tabah menjalani. Malam-malam aku
Test mic 1, 2, test mic. Test mic 1, 2, test mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Assalamualaikum, very good morning. I have one question. Hello, dengar? Dengar? Hello, test. Macam slow. Aina, naikkan sikit ni, Aina. Hello. Test mic, test mic. Okay, okay. Cantik, cantik. Test mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test, okay. Test my 1, 2.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 1400. We kindly invite all the participants to come into the ballroom promptly as we are about to begin with the next session very soon. Stand by.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you had a wonderful lunch and networking session just now. Now let's focus on the next segment, still on the topic of partnerships and sustainability. We would like to welcome Colonel Dr. Atina Najahan binti Mat Idris, Restorative Dental Specialist Tuanku Mizan Armed Forces Hospital, to augment the discussion. Please welcome.
Okay, dear delegates, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very good afternoon. Being the last plenary session of the day, I truly appreciate your continued presence and attention. And I would say that this session is probably one of the most important session or talk over the past 2 days. Throughout this symposium, we have explored the WPS agenda from multiple perspectives, from leadership, policy, strategy, sharing of experiences, and research findings. So that brings us to the critical question. How do we put this WPS agenda into practice? For that, we are honored to have with us here today a distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Alan Okris. I hope I pronounced that right. Who will share insights and recommendations on how to effectively implement WPS. But please allow me to introduce Dr. Alan. Dr. Alan Okris is the director of the Kingston Leadership Team supporting WPS initiatives with the Armed Forces of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam under Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy. He had served in the Canadian Armed Forces for over 3 decades, from 1971 to 2004, before joining the Royal Military College of Canada, where he became a professor and was later appointed Professor Emeritus in 2024. Throughout his career, Dr. Okris has focused on leadership, the profession of arms, and the advancement of gender and gender equality, diversity, and inclusion in the military. He has also led the development of Canada's Defence Implementation Plan for the WPS National Action Plan 2023 to 2029. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Alan Okris.
Thank you. So this is the last formal presentation of the symposium, but it's not the end of the exchanges. Hopefully it's not the end of the collaboration, and particularly for participants, it's not the end of you acquiring some more knowledge about the WPS security agenda. And one of the pieces of advice that I would offer is the day you stop learning is the day you stop leading. So I hope you continue to do the learning. So this is titled No One Should Be Alone, Partnership Model for WPS Implementation. I'm going to start with why we talk about you shouldn't be doing it alone, talk a little bit about who should be included, and then, as was stated, go to some practical tips. Particularly for implementation, I would suggest that we've heard a number of presentations that have given us information and ideas on what needs to be done. I would suggest for the map in particular, there was a fairly clear call to action this morning, and so I want to provide some information to follow up on that. So to understand why we should not be doing this alone, I want to talk a little bit about national action plans. And the first thing to point out is that there are different approaches across countries on the relationship between government and civil society. And I use 3 different approaches. I call them shared, connected, or parallel. The shared approach would be, an example would be Ireland, where their NAP Development Committee was 50% civil society, 50% government, and it was a member of civil society that actually chaired it. So they were at the table writing the plan. A connected approach, I would suggest, is what Canada uses, what Australia uses. There's a clear connection. Canada funds an external network of civil society organization members. They provide formal input to government. They do evaluations on the NAP, etc. The third that I would suggest is the parallel tracks, and to some extent I think that's what Malaysia is following. Government lays out what government needs to achieve and what government is going to do internally. It informs civil society, but to a large extent civil society operates in parallel, conducting the activities that they believe are going to advance WPS. So it's important to recognize a bit of those differences because it leads to relationships with civil society organizations. It's also important for us, again, to recognize the interconnected frameworks. WPS national action plans tend to bring together not just 1325 and associated Security Council resolutions, but a whole host of the frameworks, the normative expectations from the United Nations. Certainly in this context, it brings in regional considerations. We had discussion about the regional plan of action here, as well as national considerations, and particularly in the case of Malaysia, there's several things that are not mentioned specifically in your NAP because they exist in other places where you have other government legislation. So my point with this is when we're thinking about what do we need to do to implement the NAP, we need to be thinking in a more holistic way and looking at these other interconnected guidance, frameworks, laws. There's also different approaches in terms of how much coordination goes on. Everybody likes coordination. Nobody likes being coordinated by somebody else. So we tend to have these approaches to sort of whole of mission, whole of government, whole of society. And again, importantly for the military, this shifts depending upon the context. So if you're working at a national level, you can talk about a whole of society approach. When you deploy on UN operations, there does need to be a whole of mission approach. So it shifts who you need to be talking to and what you need to be thinking about. The other key part about national action plans, they all are multi-year. They typically have multi-year commitments. And it's important to recognize that for most countries, these are objectives to be obtained over the course of the NAP. So they tend to require a phased approach, and it typically requires some initial analysis to understand what are the commitments, what do these things mean, to develop options, develop direction, and actually move to implementation. So nobody goes immediately into execute on the first day that a NAP comes into force. The other thing that I'd point out is typically in NAPs, we set out goals or objectives to be achieved. They tend to look like outputs, things to be done. But we really need to recognize that WPS agenda is predominantly about intellectual processes. We really need to put an emphasis on how we understand the issues to be addressed, rather than simply identifying what they are and moving directly into action. There's a famous Einstein quote of, if I had an hour to solve a problem, I would spend 55 minutes to understand it and 5 minutes to solve it. And unfortunately, military culture is a bit of the reverse. The military tends to go through the analysis phase pretty quickly, and we tend to jump to COAs pretty quickly. So we need to understand these inform our approaches to NAPs. So who do we need to be talking to and why? Consultation and engagements are critical to be able to move forward and advance the WPS agenda. Civil society organizations have a really important role to play. They represent grassroots organizations. They can provide that perspective on what the issues are, what the priorities are, and what the possible solutions are. Important for the military, as mentioned this morning in earlier presentations, civil society organizations have legitimacy in local communities and particularly the groups that they represent. That's one group that needs to be considered. Academics, folks like where I have been, have a role to play as well. Academics provide critical perspectives. They provide different theory. They provide rigorous analysis. Academics tend to ask different questions than military leaders. So it's important to engage with academics, get those perspectives in, and recognize that when they publish their work, it has legitimacy in scholarly domains. They can be an avenue to inform people about what you're doing. Other government departments, we referred to sort of whole of government approaches. Important to recognize your colleagues that are in the other departments, Ministry of Women, Foreign Affairs, Home Affairs. They tend to see security issues in a different way based on their responsibilities. So they can provide some alternate framing to problems. They'll typically present different priorities, and they'll typically give you information on complementary actions. So when you engage with them across government, and when you show that all of you are working together in a coordinated fashion, you end up achieving legitimacy at the political level, which can be quite important. Other armed forces, as we are doing here, can really be valuable in sharing practical examples, lessons learned, and particularly the tested actions, doctrine, and training. We've heard some of this. The panel earlier today gave some really good practical examples, what works, what doesn't. And of course, the more you engage with other armed forces, the more you learn from them. This enhances your legitimacy across the profession of arms. As has been mentioned in particularly UN operations, civilians in the area of operation are critical when you're doing operational activities. They help explain risks, vulnerabilities, the needs, and again, recognizing that representatives of different populations in the area have legitimacy with the subgroups that they represent. So they can become the leaders of these key groups, become key interlocutors between you and the broader population. Last, in terms of consultations and engagements, are military members themselves. particularly junior members in the military. They can help senior leaders understand by describing their lived experiences. Boss, this is what's going on around me. This is what I'm encountering. They can identify career barriers. They can give information about the effects of strategic decisions. Up there at the top, you launched this policy. By the time it got down to my squadron, here's what it looked like. Here's what the consequence was. And recognizing junior members, and particularly the non-commissioned members in units, have legitimacy at the unit and the team level. So these are reasons why these different groups need to be consulted and what type of input they can provide. So what are the keys to success? The first is systematic research. As I mentioned with the academics, those working internally to implement the NAP need to be asking the right questions. They need to be gathering relevant information. And I have pointed out on some occasion, the plural of anecdote is not data. Just because the general can say, I heard the RSM tell me the story about, you need data. You need to develop and test solution sets. On many occasions, you're doing things for the first time. You think, you hope that what you're going to put in place is going to work, it's going to have the intended effects, but you don't know. So you need to test and see what works, what doesn't, and that's why in particular it's critical to monitor results and trends over time. So, systematic approach, key information to inform decision making. The next one that you need are effective challenge functions. You need those internally who are able to assist individuals that check taken for granted assumptions, to look for what I call weak signals. I point out on occasions it's great in the Canadian Armed Forces, it's great to do a bunch of research and say 82% of everybody in the Armed Forces thought this was a great policy. And if you stop and say, well, 18% of those in uniform are women. Now, who disagreed with the policy? Oh, the 18% that disagreed were all women. Stop, right? So paying attention to who is it, who are the outliers, who is it that's disagreeing, who's got a perspective. One of the key things, we've heard two presentations that have talked about this, it's really critical to anticipate future priorities and future challenges. It's not sufficient to drive the car looking in the rearview mirror. And the military does have a tendency to look back to the lessons learned from what we did the last time around. So we need to be anticipating future priorities, future challenges. We have the concept of red teaming, the concept that when we're developing an operational plan, somebody's consciously there to challenge it, to poke holes in it, to look for where there might be mistakes. That's important. And the last one in terms of challenge function is looking externally for new ideas and being open to them. And one of the key challenges with that is being resistant to the, but it's not from here, right? They're civilian, we're military, we can't learn from them. We're Malaysia, they're Canadian, we can't learn from them. We have to be open to different ideas. You're going to take them internally and analyze them and come up with your own solutions, but they can provide good fodder. A key thing that happens, we've talked around this a little bit, women serving in uniform can be subject to unwanted attention, to inappropriate behavior, to sexual harassment, to discrimination. Men can be as well. And one of the things that I will point out is that when men are on the receiving end of this, there's even a stronger stigma against men speaking out and talking about it, particularly if they've been subject to sexual assault, which unfortunately does happen. So we need to make sure that there's mechanisms of voice. We need to make sure that there's ways, particularly for junior members, to offer confidential inputs. If they're having a difficulty with their chain of command, and the only way to flag it is to put it through their chain of command, they're not going to say anything. So on occasions, there may be a benefit in commissioning neutral external parties to conduct internal assessments. So again, in the context of the Canadian military, we stepped into the spotlight with some issues with sexual harassment and misconduct. So we have the external agency in government that does research, our Statistics Canada department. They come in and do the research and collect the data on issues of sexual harassment and sexual misconduct so that there can be a trusted third party. When we do go out and collect information, whether it's a survey, if we want to get everybody in the squad together and do a focus group or a discussion, one of the key things that's important is to share the results, especially to those who participated. And that includes leaders making comments about this is what we are going to do. So again, in the Canadian context, across our entire civil service, public service, we do an annual public service employee survey. And the results go down to the unit level and they're shared with everybody. And the expectation is the leader stands up and says, here's where we stand. Here's what other people, here's where the other units stand. Here's what I'm going to do about it. Public commitments are really important to move the agenda forward. Providing feedback to the boss saying there's something broken and the boss ignoring it makes it worse. Last one on the terms of key success is accountability. So again, providing feedback, making sure people understand what senior leadership are committed to, doing it publicly, doing it formally, measuring, monitoring, and reporting. And on the reporting, one of the key things that I would say with it, it's really easy for us to put up a whole bunch of numbers. I refer to it as the wall of numbers. So really being careful about huge, big Excel spreadsheets. The really important thing, what senior leaders want to know, what parliamentarians want to know, what the media wants to know, what civil society wants to know, tell me the story. What's changing? What effect has it had? If you can tell the story, you've got their confidence. Okay, so I'll turn to some practical pointers. The first one, I've talked about it a little bit, but I go a bit deeper, data. Data is critically important. The first thing that's important to know is the importance of disaggregated data. And for those that have not encountered that, this starts at a minimum. Don't tell me there were 150 people on the course. How many men? How many women? How many senior officers? How many junior officers? Disaggregated data tells us more than simply doing overall numbers. We need to be cautious, particularly as senior decision makers, about dealing with confirmatory data versus disconfirmatory. Confirmatory data, we get one little data point and we go, yep, we knew it, we're good, move on. That's all we need for disconfirmatory. Oh, where did that come from? Let's look at that survey. Who crunched those numbers? We tend to question disconfirmatory data far more than confirmatory data. So we need to be cautious about that. We've had a bit of a discussion about this, but I'll point out input, output, effect. Input, there were 25 men and 25 women that attended this course. That's an input number. Output number, of those 50 that attended the course, here's the increase in level knowledge and understanding that was reported at the end of the course. Now we've got an output. Effect is we follow them for 6 months and we ask them the question, what did you do with that knowledge on your job? That's what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve change by changing effects. When we get information, we need to have both quantitative numbers, statistics, surveys. They're really good, but it has to be backed up with qualitative focus groups, interviews, people having an opportunity to tell their story about what they're experiencing. And as I've mentioned, important to bring in insider and outside researchers. Inside researchers, they understand the culture, they understand the nuance, they know what the acronyms all mean, right? They don't have to have all those things explained to them, so they can understand a lot more of what's going on with the research. But outside researchers can bring in a degree of objectivity, some different perspectives, some different questions. Okay, that's data. I've got several on analyses. So the first one that typically people talk about is we need to do analysis of our policies. And one of the things that there's a literature called Wicked Problems, and if you haven't hit the literature, I recommend a Google on it, and you can look at the Wikipedia site's good. But one of the things that comes out with Wicked Problems is if you want to solve one problem, you have to solve 2 or 3 other problems. And when we try to advance WPS, particularly if we're trying to set the conditions to increase the number of women, to optimize their career success, to set the conditions for them to assume command appointments, there's multiple different policy areas that are going to have to be amended. So we need to recognize that these are going to need to be interconnected. The other one that we need to keep an eye on is we need to do a comparison of what did the policy officer intend when they signed off on the policy, and what actual effect happened as a result of it. And I could tell you great unfortunate stories where in the Canadian military, we tried to do one thing and the effect that we created was the exact opposite. And one of the ones had to do with increasing the number of women that were willing to report issues of sexual harassment. And the net result was the numbers that went down because of the secondary effects that were not intended. Another key part of analysis is stakeholder analysis. Who's got a say? Who's got an interest in what the MAF is doing, and how do you do it? Who has power? Who has legitimacy? And who has urgency? Stakeholder analysis is key to moving things forward. Lots of areas of HR. Doing training needs assessment. Commander Shannon mentioned that going on right now. Looking at career systems, looking at career accelerators, looking at things like performance appraisal, promotion, looking at things like are special measures going to be put in place to assist women to move forward and overcome some of the barriers. Looking at mentoring programs, your reward and disciplinary system. What do you reward and what do you punish? Okay. Ensuring, particularly in the cases of sexual harassment, that you are taking trauma-informed, survivor-centric approaches. Barrier assessments. Talked about in several sessions, some of the things to look at. Are there differential success rates or attrition rates? Do you have differences in the percentage of women showing up and saying, I want to join, versus the percentage that actually get enrolled? Do you have different success rates on courses? Do people quit? Do women quit earlier in their careers than men? Looking at issues of workplace performance and job effectiveness. And particularly for deployments, the United Nations, Canada is the one that developed the LC initiative. There's a framework of the LC barrier assessments. Canada's been through it. A couple of the ASEAN region countries have done it. Really valuable to look at what are the barriers for deploying in UN operations. Internal culture is really important. And one of the key people have talked about culture. First thing that I suggest to look at, what does the prototype ideal service member look like? What does the ideal soldier, sailor, aviator look like? And I would suggest to you is, it's a very masculine image. It's typically referred to as a hyper-masculine image. So we need to think about these things. We need to look at social hierarchies. They exist in all places. The military creates them as a result of rank. It's one of the purposes of rank. Who's more important than the other person? But we do a lot of informal assumptions on social hierarchy, which goes to what occupation have you got? What deployments have you got? What medals and gongs and ribbons have you earned? These are all implicit ways that say who's important here and who's not important. Really, really important. Look at who are the people in the team that are sitting there saying, I'm the least important. We all have stereotypes. We heard one yesterday. We need to be cautious about the stereotypes that we hold. And we need to be prepared to challenge them when they're inaccurate or inappropriate. Internally for analyses, there's a number of what I call the enabling functions. And again, the panel this morning talked to several of these. So looking at things like, what is your force structure? Which includes things like which occupations are open to women, which ones aren't. What goes into your capability development? Are you thinking about, and again, we heard yesterday some good forward thinking analysis of what the future environment looks like. That has to come into capability development. Your intelligence analysis function, equipment and infrastructure have been pointed out. One of the things that is unfortunately consistent, people have gone into multiple UN missions and they have looked at camp layout. And one of the things they constantly point out is the toilets in the camps are in the wrong place for women. They're a long way away from sleeping quarters. They're not in a safe area. It's not well lit. There's nobody watching. So the net result, women don't go to the toilet. So tract infections, etc., increase for women when they're deployed on the UN. And it's unfortunate the number of missions where this has been demonstrated. So we need to look at these things. They have practical real world health effects. Okay. In addition to doing all these analyses, it was mentioned already, we need to do resource allocations. The critical thing we focus on typically is money and people. Are we going to provide the funding for the project? Are we going to create the right billets? But I will point out the scarcest of the resources is focused attention of senior leaders. And there's a couple in the room who can assure you, staff have an amazing ability to overload their boss. Everything the staff does, they think are critically urgent, it needs to go to the boss. There's a real skill set of distilling down the work that you're doing on advancing WPS, short, sharp, clear, so that the senior leader can understand it, focus on what's important, and take the right decision. It's a skill set, and I encourage staff that are working for the generals and admirals to really work on doing that. Important to look at strategic communications. Important to get messaging right. What are the messages that need to go out to internal audiences and to external audiences? How much consistency are you going to have in doing that? Messaging should be unambiguous, it should be consistent, and it should be key messages. Mentioned before we got started this, was talking with some colleagues, that there was a really good example several years ago of a general officer in the Australian Army. And General Morrison was not happy with the behavior of some of the soldiers under his command. And it's on YouTube. If you want to look General Morrison, Australian Army, you can find it, because he laid down the law, he set the standard, and his key message was, if you cannot live to these professional standards, get out. Very clear, right? So commitment from senior leaders, I would suggest, and General Burgon had the flag for several years as our champion for WPS, appointing a senior champion for women in the armed forces, somebody who is authorized to raise these issues in all forums at all times, internal and external, really helps make sure that attention is paid where it needs to go. Been mentioned previously in terms of the requirements to do doctrinal reviews. As Commander Shannon had mentioned, it's not easy. It's a lot of work to get through this. This includes not just the formal doctrine, but one of the key places that you can start is guidance to commanders. So key, clear guidance to commanders will really help move things forward. And when doing these kinds of things, check for the gendered language. If we're always referring to the commander as he, we're setting up the wrong expectations, we're sending the wrong message. To go with this, one of the key things that is really important is tools, frameworks, aid memoirs. At one level, it's easy for a number, and there may be those of you sitting in the audience here today that heard the first presentations this morning, which to me was a fairly clear call for action of saying, got it, boss, understood. I don't know how to do this. I don't know the language to use. I don't have the right skills or tools. So equipping commanders, planners, gen ads as expert staff with the right tools, the right frameworks, the right narratives is critical to enable them to take ownership and move it forward. That's where WPS is going to live. WPS is going to live at the unit level. It's not at the higher headquarters. This knowledge needs to be integrated in career courses. I have pointed out there is no benefit in equipping a large cadre of gender advisors and putting them into units if they're surrounded by people with puzzled looks who have no idea what they're talking about or why. Right? The generalist officers, the senior NCOs need to understand this. Last is the issues of monitoring and lessons learned. And again, Commander Shannon mentioned in Canada, refer to MEL, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And the military tends to talk about this. Lessons identified versus lessons learned. It's when you take action, you've learned the lesson. So it's really important to collect the information, organize it, get it nice and concise, make sure that there's good briefings to senior leaders to make sure that this is on the agenda, that they're given the update information that they need. And one of the recommendations I would really make is look to have a single repository for all of the data, the analyses, the reports, and the directives. And again, Commander Shannon could probably tell you stories about the joys of trying to link together multiple disparate information databases that don't talk to each other. It's really frustrating when it's all fragmented in different places. So that is my quick tour through on points that I wanted to offer. I want to say thank you very much for your attention and participation throughout the 2 days. And I'm now quite happy to take questions and respond to the questions that you may have.
Any question from the floor?
Hello, Doctor. Thank you for your presentation. I am Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Nur Hidayah, a medical public health specialist, as well as epidemiologist. Well, of course, data and research always intrigue me. Gathering data and analyzing data does give a lot of helps for us to decide on what's next and what intervention is needed in population and what. It's just that in WPS and abuse perceptions, where of course we can get data, descriptive data on how many women is getting involved and what kind of services there's more women or whatnot. It's just that my concern is more on to report an abuse that is happening in the system. As you know, it's probably different from the public population in community, because public probably is much more open, because there's one thing barrier that I would predict would happen is in the military system. When when someone report to have abuse, it will actually initiate one cascade event whereby there will be legal action being taken in. There people will be dragged into legal actions and whatnot. So my question is, based on your experience, how could we empower these people to come forward and to report, and how we want to create that environment? I understand that we need to go from top to down and all the commanders to get in, but to give awareness is okay. You can get them to be aware that they need to report, but to give them the reassurance that it is safe for me to report, not to cascade a lot of legal actions, and then for them to continue the service and to work without any stigma comes around them. Thank you.
Okay. So, and I will apologize, my hearing is not great, so I just want to confirm. So how we empower reporting and pretty well across the spectrum of incidents that happen, right? Okay. So so first thing we need to do with this is recognize why people are not willing to report. And I refer to this always as unprofessional conduct. Sometimes people will talk about it using legal terms, etc. But to me, the military sets out very clear standards in terms of professionalism. So how do we encourage people to report? So it's I start with what are the barriers that hold people back? The first one is there's a lot of self-censorship that goes on. People can feel reluctant, they can feel ashamed. So we need to give people confidence that what they have experienced, it's important for the organization to know and do something about it. So we need to give them confidence that if they report, first of all, they need to be accepted and believed. And it's one of the challenges. If anybody's ever gone through formal investigations, one of the things that tends to happen is there's a message back on, we don't accept you, you're not credible. We need to pay attention to confidentiality. And that is a real challenge. It is hard to maintain confidentiality. We need to look at making sure that if there is somebody that is committing offenses, that we separate the parties. And unfortunately, on many occasions, the solution that tends to happen is it's the woman that gets moved out. So she ends up getting punished rather than the guy. So we need to think about the mechanisms in terms of how do we respond. Also need to look at what is the level of the response. And one of the things that I pointed out, and we were having this discussion actually over lunch, a lot of the time when somebody's quite honestly being an idiot and doing something stupid, the main things that the recipient is looking for is the person to recognize what they did was wrong, to apologize for it, and to promise not to do it again. They don't need to go for a formal military investigation and formal charges. And this is one of the things that I mentioned that we got wrong at one stage in the Canadian military because we made it very formal. And what women knew was if they reported the guy that they were going to call out, his career was over. And they were looking, saying, okay, like he was an idiot. He couldn't keep his hands to himself. So, okay, I want him to get a message, but I don't want to destroy his career. So we need to look at those kinds of things. So one of the key ones which some countries have put in place, Australia, I think, can really share their experiences, is the idea of confidential reporting. And this includes, if unfortunately women have been sexually assaulted, this includes that it's possible to administer a rape kit and to actually keep it confidential. In the Canadian context, right now, we can't do that. The minute that's been reported, it has to go to the police. So confidential reporting is really, really important. Second thing that goes with it is making sure that there's the appropriate oversight in terms of what happens with those who report it. So again, in the Canadian context, we went through a number of our generals that got called out for having done stupid things. And I point out it was actually evidence that the work we'd been doing up until then was working. Because what happened was women in uniform had confidence that if they reported something, and they knew, like in Canada, it was the national news, like it was big media coverage, they had confidence it was not going to destroy their career. So there's steps that need to be taken to give women, this is all about empowerment, right? And the last part that I'll say with that is the really strong recommendation is when somebody's being harmed, the person who's being harmed should have the loudest voice on how the case is dealt with. If they want it dealt with by mediation, if they want it dealt with a formal charge, let that person have the say rather than the chain of command. Don't take that power away from them, because if they have that power to pick the path, far more will report. Sorry, a long response around, but it's an important issue. And it starts with us being honest and recognizing that these cases happen. Like sweeping it under the rug, again, Australia, when they went through one of theirs, Liz Broderick was a really outstanding individual, and she did initial vest. She's still doing lots of work, and she has a great example that she uses, which is how we deal with fires. So if I walk around the corner and I see a small little fire burning, I don't go back and say, we don't talk about fires around here. No, we just ignore, don't talk about it. Just, it'll go away, And if somebody says, look, there was a fire, we don't have the boss coming and saying, no, it was just a little fire. You're exaggerating, right? So we need to recognize how we minimize and dismiss these instances and what we need to change. Because if we don't, we're going to burn down the house. Sorry, long response round. For those that have done staff college, we've got one more minute before the blue light goes on, so.
Perhaps I can ask you
Please.
one, since the audience is Okay, you mentioned effective challenge function.
Yes.
Like red teaming and questioning assumptions. So can you give an example of how the challenge function has changed significantly, has caused a significant change to WPS program or policy in a country or in an institution?
So and again, Commander Shannon can probably give a whole bunch of these, but I'll give one example that was done. Our health services, something that a bunch of people in the room would be familiar with, they were interested in doing more outreach to get military members to come in and access health services to improve fitness and well-being. And so they had this really nice campaign. And they had it all mocked up, and here's the thing. And they had the gender advisor do, as we call it, gender-based analysis plus, GBA plus, analysis of it. And she did it. And one of the things that I always would point out, if you're ever appointed as a gen ad, make friends and a gender focal point, because of course she engaged a bunch of others and she got input and feedback. And there were two really interesting things that came out from it. We're a bilingual military, and it was very obvious that all of it had been designed by Anglophones. And they clearly had put it through the Google Translate into something that looked like French. And it just did not make any sense at all for Francophones. And then there were messages in it that were really intended to target women. And again, for both English and French speaking, it really came across as very derogatory. It really sent the message of you can't look after yourself and you can't look after your own health. Not at all what the people had intended. So it's that, you know, think about this, here's how it can be interpreted. And of course they were saying, but that's not what we intended. And of course the challenge function, the gen ad was saying, but that's how people might read it and interpret it and understand it. So it's just one example of a very quick, short challenge function. I'll give one other. I know we're going over time a little bit. There's a really great United Nations Development Program, UNDP study that was done in this region on the consequences of floods and tsunamis, as you know, really dangerous. Lots of good actions that were taken. One of the key things was make sure that women and girls know where evacuation sites are. That was something they didn't know. So countries put things in place. Unfortunately, there were the floods and the monsoons. Women went to the evacuation centers. They then went back out into the elements and they lost their lives. And the reason why, they had babies with them and they were nursing and there was no privacy. So the challenge function on some occasions put up a blanket, right? It doesn't need to be really, really complicated. You need somebody to ask the question in the first place, and then the light bulbs go on. So that's how the challenge function really helps.
Thank you, Dr. Ellen. Okay, so we are out of time. Dr. Ellen, thank you for unpacking what it takes to implement WPS. And looking at what you've shared, it's definitely not an easy endeavor, especially, I think, changing mindsets and biased perceptions and stereotypes in a deeply entrenched culture. It will take a lot of work, but as the saying goes, the tougher the job, the greater the reward. And I think we as a nation, we have to believe in that. We have to have faith in that. So this concludes our plenary session. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to thank again Dr. Ellen for your invaluable insights and also to the audience for your participation.
Thank you, Colonel Dr. Atina. Ladies and gentlemen, we now would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Brigadier General Dr. Norma binti Samsuri, right. Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, as the previous sessions, we now would like to invite participants to scan the QR code on display and on your tables for us to gather your feedback from that session just now, and also for you guys to access the relevant materials pertaining to the matter. And a public service announcement from the Secretariat. We would like to remind all participants that have not registered for today's event, please do so that we can track your numbers and report to the higher ups of our attendance for this symposium. It's very important to us, you know. And while we await for the final session, I'll give some time for us to do the validation, and we shall proceed for the final session of the day for the closing ceremony. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the final part of the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium 2026 with the theme Enhancing Operational Readiness Through Inclusive Leadership, Advancing WPS in Defense in Security. Ladies and gentlemen, the two-day symposium have managed to gather international and local participants with topics ranging from strategic direction, leadership and culture, operationalization, international perspectives, partnerships, and sustainability.
Ladies and gentlemen, to sum up the symposium visually, let's shift our focus to the screens for a montage, specially prepared to encapsulate the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium 2026. Please enjoy.
That was the summary in visual. Now, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Brigadier General Dr. Normah binti Samsuri, the chairperson of Mafis 2026, to deliver her closing remark and with words to sum up this two-day symposium. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang. Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Chairman, distinguished guests, senior leaders, respected speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium, Mafis 2026, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all of you for your valuable contribution, insights, and commitment throughout this engagement. Over the past session, we have examined the Women, Peace and Security agenda from multiple perspectives, from strategic, operational, and practical. But as we leave this forum, one message must remain clear. WPS is not a concept for discussion, it is a capability for execution. The security environment we face today is increasingly complex. Threats are no longer confined to the traditional battlefield. They exist within communities, across domains, and within the human terrain. In such an environment, success is no longer determined by strength alone. It is by understanding. Understanding people, understanding context, understanding the operating environment in its entirety. And this is where WPS delivers real operational value. It enhances our ability to engage and not adjunct to operation. It is improve access to critical information. It strengthens trust and credibility. In short, it makes us more effective. For the Malaysian Armed Forces, this is not about changing our core. It is about strengthening our advantage and our mission. We have made a meaningful progress. Throughout our contribution in peacekeeping mission, through our role in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and through our commitment under Malaysian National Action Process, NAP on WPS. However, let us be clear. Progress without implementation does not deliver results. The responsibility now lies with all of us, particularly at the level of command. Moving forward, three priorities must guide us. First, leadership, ownership. WPS must be driven by commanders. It must be understood, directed, and enforced at every level. Second, institutionalization. It must be embedded into doctrine, training, system, and operational planning, and not as add-on, but as part of how we operate. Third, operationalization. It must be visible mission in how we plan, how we execute, and how we access success. Because ultimately, the force that understands the human terrain will be the force that succeeds. Ladies and gentlemen, let this symposium not end as discussion. Let it can continue as decisive action. The Malaysian Armed Forces remain committed to building a force that is professional, credible, and ready, and not only to respond to today's challenge, but to anticipate those tomorrow. I know it's not an easy task, but we got to start somewhere, maybe from today. A force that is not only capable, but adaptive, inclusive, and effective. With that, I thank you once again for your participation and partnership. Together, we move forward with clarity, purpose, and resolve. Thank you to the main sponsor, Canadian Department of National Defense, Directorate Military Training and Cooperation, especially Kingston Leadership Team Incorporation. With this, I hereby declare the conclusion of this distinguished 2 days symposium of Malaysian Armed Forces International Symposium Mafis 2026. Sekian, safe journey home. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, the chairperson of Mafis 2026. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to grace and to commemorate the closing ceremony, we now would like to invite all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to rise up, come forward, get to the center of the ballroom for us to take a group photo, as usual, right?
everyone please come forward and gather closer to the center so we can get everyone in the frame. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we adjourn, one last script from us. In expanding and enhancing the relationships forged here in Kuala Lumpur, we now would like to usher the select invitees that have been notified earlier to proceed to the holding room Bronx 4 at 15:15 hour for the multilateral exchange discussion. For the rest of the participants, you are cordially invited to enjoy the tea break and provided outside.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our program. And once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we'd like to wish and take this opportunity to extend our sincerest and deepest appreciation and gratitude to all our distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, that has been gracing our symposium for these 2 days. And for all, your presence has made today such a wonderful and memorable one.
We now like to invite ladies and gentlemen for refreshments that have been prepared. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and have a good day.
All right, time's up. Very well. Economic security.
Perhatian, mohon semua AJK untuk berkumpul di hadapan untuk sesi bergambar. Mohon semua ahli jawatan kuasa Mafis. Mohon semua ahli jawatan kuasa Mafis